I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Step one, you say we need to talk. He walks, you say sit down, it's just a talk. He smiles politely back at you. You stare politely right on through some sort of window to your right. As he goes left and you stay right between the lines of fear and blame. You begin to wonder why you came. Where did I go wrong? I lost a friend somewhere along in the bitterness, and I would have stayed up with you all night. And I know how to save a life. Lay down a list of what is wrong, things you've told him all along. Pray to God he hears you, and I pray to God he hears you. And where did I go wrong? I lost a friend somewhere along in the bitterness, and I would have stayed up with you all night. And I know how to save a life. Let 'em know that you know best how to save a life. I pray to God he hears you. How to save a life somewhere along in the bitterness. How to save a life. I see the light inside you, brighter than the skies. Hold on, just let us escape and fly away tonight. We have the world in our sight, and I know together we'll be alright. Can you see forever we will go? mistake me mistake. Someone gives me love and I throw it all away. Tell me, have I gone insane? Talking to myself, but I don't know what to say. 'Cause you let go, and now I'm holding on. I guess you don't know what you got until it's gone. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody just to find out you really love someone. Oh, oh. And I do, and I do, and I do, yeah. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody just to find out you really love someone. Oh, oh, yeah. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. You don't know what you got until it's gone. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. So don't tell me it's too late. Hard to make to bend, baby. Please don't let me break it. I knew I should have stayed, 'cause now you're moving on, and I don't know what to say. 'Cause you let go, and now I'm holding on. I guess you don't know what you got until it's gone. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody just to find out you really love someone. Oh, oh. And I do, and I do, and I do, yeah. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody just to find out you really love someone. Oh, oh. Yeah, sometimes you gotta lose somebody. Hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. Hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. Hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. Hey, yeah, hey, hey, yeah. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. Sometimes you gotta lose somebody. Don't tell me it's too late. Now you're moving on. Yeah, sometimes you gotta lose somebody.
I reside on cloud nine because of you, baby. But this rush turns serious. Now my knees are shaking. I'm dancing around the edge like I'm too scared to jump in. Tell me where we sink or swim. I'm not trying to hold back, but if this love moves too fast, we go far right off the tracks. Come stay with me. Let's take our time. We're both falling at the speed of light. Don't have to say anything. Trace it with your fingertips. Baby, I can read your lips.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Duo Esports Season 10 Gold Platinum Competitive Series Grand Finals between first seed Pawn Sacrifice Black and second seed Beta Fox. I'm joined by Pawn Sacrifice Black substitute AD Carry, VillianinGlasses. How are you doing?
You know how it is, just, enjoying watching my team win yet another championship, hopefully tonight. Should be a pretty exciting set regardless. A lot of big names across the board, and either way, PSB's got them remember winning the chip.
Of course they do, but joining the both of us, just like last time, just like always, I got Trutabagel with us as well.
Thank you, Shuno. This is the first TriCast I've been on in like 5 years. It's been a while. But yeah, like both PSB and Beta Fox gonna go at it here in grand finals of GPCS, and we haven't seen Beta Fox for a little bit. PSB we got to see last week. As Villain said, if you want to be spicy, it's either a 3-2 or a 3-0, and I won't commit to it. I'll back away from the 3-1 just to play into what Villain said. I'll say it's a 3-0 for PSB. Toss it out.
Okay. You know what? If you're gonna say 3-0, I'm gonna say 3-2. I feel like out of all of the finals, I don't know if this is Beta Fox Copium. With that said, Beta Fox have just tearing up. The last couple weeks they beat PSB, they beat TS Smoke, they beat Neptune, and they beat fucking TS Smoke again, and then they beat DOV. Like, they have beaten everyone. Their last couple games, they haven't dropped a single win. And against PSB here, I think the consensus in the community is that Beta Fox are taking a game, right? So I'm gonna say screw it, why not 2?
Yeah, I'm gonna go with you there. I think it'll be a 3-2 set in favor of PSB. But I do think there is gonna be like a game or two here or there where maybe Zooey just kind of runs it by some quote unquote bullshit dumb ass pick that I hate. But I expect to see similar bans for a lot of the games here. I definitely think Vigar and Talon we see have been some of the best champions for the side of Beta Fox this season, and namely their mid laner as well. And I think that's one of the big reasons why they've been able to get some leads in some of the games they've played, is that Talon just absolutely taking over specifically. So I'm glad to see that one's banned away. I think, seeing the double ban Sheer right away with Sion and Trinimir is something interesting out of the side of Beta Fox as well. And a lot of late game scaling carry threats already in game 1 that we saw really picked up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even last night in the IBSG finals, we got to see how toxic of a champion that Sion was, piloted by Banana Slick Slam, an IBSG player. Sheer, I know for a fact, as I think all of Beta Fox do, hence the ban, that he has been playing the ever-living shit out of the champion. And obviously, in the hands of Sheer, especially, the champion's going to be disgusting if he's able to pilot it. With that said, he also got a second ban, even though he literally first timed the champion in his game versus DOV. Believe it was the final one. He got himself a Trinimir ban too.
No one likes playing against Trutabagel.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like, oh look, I pressed R, I stay invulnerable for another, I stay invulnerable from dying for another 3 seconds. It's like a super unfun thing to play against. I can understand why you banned it away, because especially considering what DOV have drafted here, like they want to get executes off. They want to kill people as fast as possible, and allowing Sheer to have a champion that just has a straight up nope button is really, really fair to take it away. Granted, he's playing Shen now, who also still has a disgusting amount of survivability and can deny people from executing his teammates at the very least. And it's also something that Sheer likes to play. Like, this is going to be... Sheer always goes Ignite on Shen, right? I can't remember if I've seen Sheer take TP on Shen. Like, anyone? No?
Yeah, I don't think he needs to, is the thing with the globals availability. And that is one of the things that you see too, is a lot of comfort on the side of PSB. Even Zooey's Vladimir, while he hasn't played it much this season because that champion itself is just not as relevant, definitely one of his more predominant picks of seasons past, and definitely something he's played before. So it feels like it's just a very easygoing game 1 for PSB, whereas on the side of Beta Fox it's hard to say because we've only seen so much of them, and they are playing with the sub today as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to Zooey being on this Vladimir pickup, it's something, past seasons with emphasis on the past. I mean, I think the last time that I can remember at the very least he picked it, or at least actively, was in his first season of playing Season 3. That was way back when, and, I think midway through 2018. He has since, not really played the champion much. It used to be a staple for him, but obviously he's been known for so many more champions. Busting out the Vlad, bringing back, the past here with the Vladimir pickup. We'll see how it does. He's into the Akali pickup here from Trickster. And we're talking about the Beta Fox roster for just a quick second. We do have, perhaps to nobody's surprise, Shrimp playing top lane versus Sheer.
Yeah, we do see that Jax was one of the first pickups they made, basically saying, okay, we know Sheer likes to play the Jax as his carry threat. Let's force him onto something safer. We'll take the aggressive pick and just trust Shrimp to be able to take over the map here on the Jax pick early on.
Yeah, and I think that's a very fair statement. Shrimp has been playing like out of his mind for the vast majority of the season. I think this is the first season we've seen a single player play all 5 roles, throughout the entire season's period. And Shrimp has definitely pulled it off, like to varying degrees of success for Beta Fox, but he's definitely the only one to have done this. And giving him a matchup or giving him a champion where he can take over and control the pace of the game like a Jax, I think is a really fair and good move. The only question for that is that, at least in my mind, is how will the junglers interact with this? Because you would think that you want Shrimp to get ahead, but then also Xin Zhao is fully capable of getting ganks in early, making sure that Sheer starts becoming unkillable and that Shrimp can't find an advantage early.
Of course. And I'm excited to see how a lot of these lanes play out as well, with obviously, Vayne and Jax, very high scaling threats, but Akali, one of those level 6 fighting champions, and Viego's just a champion that we've seen since his release just absolutely take over games for Beta Fox. And on the meantime, we have, the Renata Glass that can really, really turn some of these team fights when they might be over diving to try to kill a target with Akali. You drop a Shen ult and you buy time with a Renata, and suddenly it's a 4v5 for the side of PSB, and you have those big team fight ults of Vladimir and of the Renata to really try to just out team fight the side of Beta Fox in some of these later skirmishes.
Yeah, and I'm glad that you actually bring the Renata pickup up, Villain, because Renata is a champion, like, with her ultimate, punishes teams that are heavily auto-attack reliant. And I don't know about you guys, but pretty much every single member of Beta Fox, maybe with the exception of Akali, is pretty auto-attack reliant. Even Nautilus, right? He auto-attacks one of his teammates, they're rooted for a second.
Yeah.
That's not fun to play against, and a lot of their draft was into the Renata here. So I'm really interested to see, how Daddy Zillion is going to play that, because these ultimates are potentially game-changing and fight-winning for PSB.
And what are your thoughts here early on, Shuno, about this these two compositions playing out in the early game?
I think the Shen, obviously, it's going to nullify Shrimp a lot. With that said, if we take a quick look at summoner spells, Shrimp himself is also saying, I don't need a normal summoner. He's taking Ignite Teleport, which I would say is even bolder than Flash Ignite that Sheer's got going down. So we might see some action in this top lane. What should happen, though, I do think the Shen pick has a good chance of nullifying, Shrimp on this pick. But I think Shrimp as a whole, obviously, he's been talking about him and on his team all season long. But I think this game as well, for this top lane matchup, is something that we have to watch.
You're mentioning, some of the early summoner spells and such. We do see press the attack on the Ezreal. Definitely something more common these days. Something a little bit more offensively focused and lane focused as well with the Ezreal pickups. Whereas the champion itself, not the strongest in the meta right now, but you could say the same about Vayne, and here we are. Yeah, no Caitlyn, no Jinx game 1, which is definitely surprising to me.
Not at all. Both teams.
Yeah, both of those are available. Well, I mean, you're not in the game, Villain, so no Caitlyn, but there is an Ezreal.
That's true.
Sheer's gonna get spotted out.
Sheer's gonna get spotted out. Both just give each other the evil eye.
Shrimp was like, I could get the auto in, and then he can't. Ward disappears.
Probably a bot lane. Well, actually, reverse jungles here, as it seems like Xin Zhao's starting on the top side of red here, and there could be some interesting pathings down bot. Now, Renata, definitely a champion that can make ganks happen by hitting 1 CC, because not only does it root, you can also move them somewhere, you can force a stun, and the Renata pick itself is just really dynamic in how it can set up for plays.
100%. I think definitely if you are sitting in this game, you're looking at bot lane. You're already in a position to path towards it. But your bot lane, as you said, this Renata has, decent setup. And obviously, if you can shut this Vayne down, that's pretty nice.
Right.
We hover in this top lane. Shrimp can land a nice counter-strike trade onto Sheer.
That's kind of the early advantages of Jax. You get to just ignore auto attacks, get to smack back, but at the same time you have that, ooh, and a lot of poke out of bot lane. But the grass proc from Sheer gonna keep him pretty much even in HP early on. But like I'm saying, that Renata is one of the actual, like, you don't think of it when you think of Renata, but she actually has a lot of harass in the bot lane with those missiles, and you're seeing that already coming through.
I mean, especially if you hit that early level 2. You know, you saw Skylancer and Daddy Zillion hit that fast level 2, and they just start walking up even more. And something that makes Zyrod, I can't pronounce that name very well. Either way, something that makes Nautilus feel extra bad in this matchup is Renata's passive leverage, because no, not thinking. But her auto attack will do 1% max health magic damage, but then it also applies a mark that when that gets popped by an ally, it's another 1%, and that scales up throughout the game. And obviously, you can just keep reapplying it, so it doesn't feel good for Nautilus very early on to be in that double range matchup.
I'm gonna be honest, I haven't seen enough Renata. I didn't even know that was a passive.
It's fine. It's like Renata. Like Renata is actually something that I've been playing with. Actually,
okay,
a lot.
that was interesting to watch, but the buffer, just as you said.
No, that's just Ezreal things. You get away with those.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
My young protege, I taught him well. That's what I get to say now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of the advantages of Ezreal in these bot lanes is, he kind of just ignores hook champions with the exception of like things like Thresh, who can actively, yank you back. Ezreal does get to just kind of say no thank you with a lot of his buffering.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they picked this Ezreal, on the R4, I believe, because it is a safe pick, and it also choked out some options in the draft for Beta Fox, and Sky has dabbled in this Ezreal a bit, here and there over the season.
See a big wave building up in topside.
And now we do another trade from Shrimp, but here comes
Diego
from around the corner. They're going to jump on to Sheer. Can they secure first blood onto him? The Ignite's going to drop down, and Sheer should be able to just barely get out.
Fantastic taunt there from Sheer just to negate the gank and prevent Viego from doing anything on the gank. And every auto attack mattered in that one. One more hit would have done it, but in the end, it's just Shrimp trading a summoner spell for free.
I mean, that's also Doran's shield, like regen, keeping him alive, quite literally there. Whoa!
Ooh, Jojoin gonna miss there out of Zerud in this bottom lane. Sinning is waiting in the wings, but not gonna be able to go for anything.
Sinning does get the extra camp out of that clear, taking up the bot side Krugs from the side of Viego, and it's only 1 CS on the scoreboard, but that's a lot of gold taking that big Krug away.
Yeah, I mean, Krugs are a weird camp just because, like, the tiny ones, like the baby Krugs, actually give out more gold than the mid-size ones. But as you said, it feels good to take the large Krug overall away and deny that little bit from Coral. Sheer looking for a trade?
Ooh, big trade on a Shrimp he gets with the taunt. Minion Wave also did a little bit of work there. Still a level down over Shrimp when all is said and done. Shrimp might be feeling himself right now. Looking to get some damage. Leap Strike's going to be coming up soon. There's a counter strike coming in. The stun's going to land, and it's going to be first blood for Shrimp!
Yeah, just completely disrespectful from Sheer there. He just burned all his abilities trading and then thought he had the rights to that minion wave, but I mean, Jax just has the Corrupting Flask, has the extra longsword, and just kind of runs him down the lane there, and Sheer not willing to burn his flash in exchange.
Yeah, I don't think Sheer fully, like, calculated, so to speak, the damage that Empower was going to do, because it was like a nice little bit of burst there at the very tail end of that Shrimp just gets that Empower auto in, and then Sheer dies. If that's a normal auto attack, Sheer can stay alive, and he can probably either flash or just walk it out. But instead, Shrimp holds on to that W, presses it when he knows he can finally kill Sheer, and it's an easy kill. Like, he doesn't even need the Ignite at that point.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely is, and, we always joke, every season about Sheer, always, dying at least once a game in top lane. Series versus DUV, didn't really happen a whole lot, but as we're going to throw back this attention to this top lane, they're going on to Shrimp again, but Shrimp might be just getting a killing situation. Here comes Coral on the vehicle pickup, and PSP could not go for this play. The flash over the wall from Sheer, as that was almost very bad for them.
I mean, even if without a kill, it's still very bad. I mean, 2 level 4 members going on a level 6 Jax, and I mean, he just presses Counter-Strike and does so much work stalling time, and Viego is able to hop in, make it a really stressful close fight, and now Sheer, without his flash, even at more risk of just getting run down in this top lane.
Yeah, definitely, and when all said and oh my goodness, what the hell was that in the spawn? There's the flash from Daddy Zillion as they laid the damage down on a Cozy AJ and Zerud.
Yeah, I couldn't quite get the abilities from Ezreal to land there. That would have probably killed Cozy AJ. Nautilus just too thick of a body to shoot through, and in the end, it's just a really big trade in exchange for a flash.
Yeah, we could have a kill on this jungle right now.
He got creep blocked!
He's getting creep blocked in his own jungle, and that might just be a kill. That's definitely a
Oh,
kill. And
man.
Trickster picks it up. There is the flash right there. Zoe's gonna land the Hemoplague down, and Akali should be dead to rights right now, and she absolutely is. Zoe's gonna trade back. Boys head back top lane. Sheer's dead again, and Shrimp gets another solo kill.
Oh, man. I feel so bad for sitting right there.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh, that was close.
No mana, Ezreal.
Could we please get a reset from Cozy AJ? It might happen. There's the body block, and he's out.
Yeah, but a lot of damage being done on the bot side turret, but how are they going to mitigate the top side advantages being gained here from the side of Beta Fox early on?
I mean, I want to touch on it earlier before that play happened. You know, we joke about Sheer dying every now and then, but in this game, you can't just die in top lane if you're Sheer. It's Shrimp for one, and for two, he's on Jax, and you know, head back to the mid lane as a quick trade right there, but you cannot be giving Shrimp kills early on.
I mean, the gold already speaks to that, right? If you just take a quick look at the gold there, Shrimp is just 300 gold away from doubling Sheer's total. Like, it's a disgusting amount of gold that Jax can get when he starts having a lead. You can see Shrimp working towards a Triforce, working towards, you know, the ability to just hard shove down towers, which, you know, is just a normal day for a Jax. And Sheer, on the other hand, you take a look at his inventory, double ruby crystal cloth armor. That is in no way capable of answering everything that Shrimp already has in the inventory.
And he's got no way to shove this wave in either. Sitting on the bot side, Shrimp can just tank this up and freeze it, and it's looking really doomed here on the top side for
Oh, he doesn't want to. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. Just...
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you already see top lane attention. Coral in the vicinity, possibly thinking about just dog down and Sheer again, which is a possibility for sure.
Yeah, I mean, like, Sheer is definitely not going to be having a good time at all in this top lane. Like, I think for the rest of the game, or at least for the vast majority of it, if it goes late. Taking out, like, a look elsewhere on the map, though, something that is a bright spot for PSB. Obviously, Zooey was able to get the kill onto Trickster, has a decent CS lead to his name. But then in addition to that, bot lane, Skylancer, and Daddy Zilling having that single plate in their inventories affords them a slight gold advantage, but here in top lane, things might be going from bad to worse.
Yeah, they might just be the Jojo down and sitting is going to be dropping, and there's the kill on his inch down. Shrimp to pour it now on a killing spree.
Yeah, they really need to bring more than just one member to clear out that wave, and now Shrimp just gets to keep that freeze down. It's so doomed for the Shen now. I mean, he's already 2 levels behind. He's going to fall even further behind now. Jack's just absolutely going to be the biggest problem in this game for PSB.
Yeah, I mean, like, a Jax that's able to get gold early, like, just feels kind of impossible to deal with. I think everyone has kind of dealt with, like, a Jax that can AFK split push before.
Yeah,
Oh, Trickster and Zooey, though.
Gold. Here we got a 1v1 in the mid lane. Shuriken not gonna land. Perfect execution gonna come through, but that is gonna be Zooey getting out. But I don't know if we can say the same for Sheer right now. He's gonna get dogged down by Beta Fox. It's gonna be another kill. No, Coral will secure this one, but that is still 3 deaths early on to Sheer.
It all starts from that first one. I mean, like, you fall behind 1 kill, and that just ends the entire lane phase. The bot lane doing well here in this lane, getting turret plates, getting pressure, making the Vayne not have as much fun. But, I mean, in the end, you already lost 2 turrets top side.
Yeah, top lane is open.
Yeah, that's a doomer, if I've ever seen one. Shrimp, 3-0 already, doubling Sheer's CS. But, like, the additional thing that I think is really, like, decent to point out here for Beta Fox is that, you know, you're playing into a Shen, and what I... Oh, this might be a dive bot.
We do have a dive bot lane. Singles coming around, and so is Sheer with the Stand United. They're trying to dog down Crazy AJ, but Cozy AJ is cutting it out. Can he survive? No, he cannot. A Skylancer secures 1 kill, secures a second onto the bot lane. Double kill for Sky.
That's really good to get that gold into Skylancer's pocket, and it's actually what it actually plays towards, you know, what I was going to compliment that Beta Fox has been doing so far, which is shutting down the Shen, right? You see a Shen on the enemy team, you do the whole, like, attack the global thing, make sure that Shen can't get off the ground. But PSB, like, you know, kind of cast their cursing it a little bit, because PSB, they're like, okay, we have Shen ult. Let's just bring Shen down, force a dive on bottom lane, construct a lead for ourselves somewhere on the map. And that's exactly what they do. They get those 2 kills into Skylancer's pocket. And obviously, they're not out of the woods. Like, they're still, 2.5k gold down. But it feels good to have something in the map that you can play around. Well, Trickster.
Yeah, we have something. Trickster's
no.
feeling himself right now onto Sinning and avoid the damage down, but Sinning's turning it back in response. And that's gonna be the kill for Sinning. He picks it up over Trickster.
Please tell me you guys saw that what Sinning did there.
Did he cancel the?
He canceled the Shuriken flip the guard. That was so gross.
Third hit. Was it the third hit or was it the?
Yeah,
LP?
definitely. We're not done this yet. That's gonna be Blitzcrank. It's not gonna be happening. There's another cancel, and that's gonna be Cole getting completely screwed over.
Wow! That is such an outplay from Daddy Zillion. Hits that tether onto the Viego as he comes over and says, "Get your ass back over here. You're donating more gold to my Ezreal."
Oh my god. PSB, they saw the DMs, and now they're just going to cancel all of Beta Fox right now.
They just slammed the mechanics on that one. I mean, listen, if Shrimp's playing the anti-brain cell gameplay of Jax, PSB says, we're going to raise the stakes here and just say our hands are better than yours.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
I mean, those kind of awesome plays need to happen because top lane is just an absolute disaster. I mean, Shrimp is so far. He's got a Trinity Force. He got it, I think, 12 minutes in, probably, honestly, earlier when it was considered. And you look at the rest of PSB, they are stepping up to the plate they need to. 3-0 on the Ezreal. Zooey with a kill as well and a good CS lead.
I mean, turret plating hasn't fallen, and Jax is out here hitting the inhibitor turret.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at the same time, you're getting some dragons down. The Ezreal's online now. You have a Vladimir scaling. Like, this isn't out of hand completely for the side of PSB because of where the gold is, because of this compositional and how they want to play the game. The question just becomes, how long can they weather the storm of Jax before the rest of the team can win that 4v4?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, Sheer still not even remotely close to finishing his own mythic item. Looks like he's working to, he could be working towards any mythic, honestly, but still, like, he's suffering. Obviously, as you guys have pointed out, Shrimp is going to keep pushing and battering that top lane inhibitor turret as long as he has the opportunity to. But the other lanes for the side of Beta Fox not going nearly as well, right? Zooey is still holding mid, making sure that Trickster can't push it in, can't like open up the map even more. And Skylancer and Daddy Zillion also just getting like more and more as the game is going on. Yes, Vayne does scale up pretty well into the late game, but the other thing is Vayne's just not strong right now. And considering what Daddy Zillion and Sinning both did, I feel like Beta Fox are like, they might be getting in their heads a little bit. It's like, how the hell did that just happen to us? 2 times in a row within 1 minute.
I mean, you got almost it was a 2-level lead at one point in the mid lane. It's kind of back down to 1.5 now for Zooey. And a 2-level combined lead in the bot side basically neutralizes that difference you have in the top lane. That's gonna be how they have to play this game. I mean, obviously, I think once the Hull Breaker comes through for Jax, it's gonna become way more difficult to keep that turret. I mean, doesn't Zooey just press the W key here?
Yeah,
like,
he doesn't need to press W.
All said and done.
I don't even like. It's such a hard force from the side of Beta Fox that you just don't need to go for. I mean, getting maybe a little bit desperate here. When even if you get that pick, what do you gain out of it? Rift Herald priority?
I mean, Rift Herald priority isn't necessarily a bad thing considering how hard Shrimp has been like shoving top.
Yeah.
But even then, it was a way too hard of a force, especially like this early on. Like, I think at the time, Herald was maybe 50 seconds out from spawning. Definitely not a practical thing to like just look to force there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Shrimp is just slowly whittling down that top lane tower. The rest of his team might be going for an engage, and if a play force on his Skylancer are almost dead. He will be able to flash out and survive, but the same cannot be said.
Huge ulti!
But now PSB trying to bounce it back. That's going to be 2 kills for Sinning. And looking for a third, possibly on Desir. It's not going to happen, but Sinning saves the play for PSB.
Yeah, I mean, Sinning comes in. Oh, go ahead.
You can go. No, you first.
As I say, Sinning, flies in on the wings to make sure that Daddy Zillion's death and his ultimate means something, right? Daddy Zillion was able to get out that Berserk, the hostile takeover, just as he was dying. Coral ended up eating so much damage. Trickster as well after Sinning arrives, and turned what was a good play from Beta Fox into even overall, if not a straight up disadvantage.
Yeah, the hostile takeover is so viable, like we see already, like you mentioned. You know that, especially when you're looking to dive. If you get rooted by an Auto Thunder Tower, you're gonna die. And as we saw there, ended up costing his team 2 more deaths there. Get more damage on this mid turret, and you know, crucially, Skylancer able to escape with his shutdown gold still intact. Didn't even have to burn the exhaust on that one, as Ariel just kind of stood in front, took the hook, took everything he needed to keep Skylancer alive.
Yeah, and you can see that mythics are already getting completed. Now Sheer finally has his mythic. It is in Iceborne. Or I think it's called Frostfire, but it's always going to be Iceborne in my heart. Either way,
Same.
you know, you stack up that health, and obviously Shen's ultimate shield now scales with his own health. So definitely not a bad thing to have. Also gives you that AoE slow, which is nice to have in team fights. But the other thing I think is like really nice to point out here is that Daddy Zillion has opted in. Oh, wait, he might be in a bad spot, actually.
Ooh! Flash here. Good flash.
Has to blow the flash to get out.
Oh, yeah. So Daddy Zillion has the Shurelya's Reverie, and that I think is a really fair choice. Obviously, as long as you cast a buff or a shield on a teammate, anything of that sort, you're going to give them a nice burst of movement speed as well as yourself. The other option that Renata's still go for occasionally is going for a locket to just boost your team's own survivability, but boosting your team's mobility with Shurelya is definitely not a bad choice, especially considering what both of these teams have access to in terms of their damage. Ooh, Predator getting popped.
Yeah, definitely. Both teams posturing right now. PSB thinking of an engage onto Nautilus right now. Zero far forward, tanks the damage for Beta Foxes. The rest of PSB on hot pursuit right now, and they're focusing down Nautilus. Nautilus not going to be dropping, not yet though. And Zooey's going to get the first kill. Going to get the second, and the Vladimir's starting to pop off. Here comes the kill on the Vayne in just a second. Not going to go for it, and Zooey forces it down.
Yeah, great team fight from PSB there again. They just kind of walked at them there, used the move speed, sitting with blow up tops.
Let's check top side right now. The tower is going to be gone, and so is Sheer. The Reptile is in the pawn sacrifice block base.
Ooh, that's real.
Going to charge it down. Guy's going to be able to take it out, but this top lane is always the silver lining for Beta Fox.
I think Ezreal's very fortunate Jack is out of mana there, because otherwise I think he just dies the second he arcane shifts forward there. But yeah, a lot of damage coming through. Inhibitor turret goes down in exchange. It is a dragon and soul point for PSB here. And I mean, like I said, it's a tale of two sides of the map here. The bot side and the mid lane really controlling the team fights for PSB. But can they survive long enough against this Jack split push?
Yeah, Zooey is feeling himself right now, but the 3 members of Beta Fox come around the corner. There's the dredge line landing, but here comes Sheer as well to even out the odds. There's the flash taunt coming through. It's not going to kill Colo just yet, though. Going to finally be able to secure the kill onto him, but Beta Fox are picking up kills, one onto Zooey, and now they're looking for more. Now Sinning in the rough spot. Sinning's going to go down, as well as Koji AJ gets a big shutdown. A massive true shot from down there. Silencer will bring it back for PSB, but still positive for Beta Fox.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously top lane is a bit safe now for PSB because they were able to shove it out. Like there's still that ward there that Shrimp could have TP'd to if he really wanted to take that inhib. But like the thing is, PSB kind of opted into a fight while having really only Zooey capable of doing damage there. Yes, Sinning can get something done, but if you take a look at his build, he's got like his build is more oriented to like staying alive in a team fight, having like something a bit more protracted and long and drawn out. Having a short team fight with a lot of burst and jumping into multiple enemy team members isn't going to be very easy for you to stay alive. But critically, Daddy Zillion and Skylancer weren't there.
Oh boy, could be finding a pick right now. Spear Zero forced to blow the flash. True Shot Barrage not back up from Skylancer, so no kill will be secured.
Yeah, to kind of bounce off that point there, I think that's definitely a play where Zooey just got a little cocky. I mean, he had a lot of gold in his pocket still from the previous team fight, and he's pushing out a lane and thought, I can certainly win 1v1. I can probably win 1v2. Well, 1v4, not as much.
Well, let's see if Shrimp can pull up a 1v2 of his own right now. He's going for the tower right now. The tower's going to be dropping. There's the counter-strike coming down, and they are trying to burst Shrimp down. But can they do so? Yeah, there's the leap strike. Shrimp Deborah gonna fall. Sinning secures it with the flash.
1,000 gold shutdown onto Sinning, gets some of that gold back that he just gave up in that bot lane play. And now without Shrimp on the map, it's PSBs to control with whatever they want to do. And critically, you look at the side of Beta Fox, and they don't really have much in terms of wave clear. It's a Kali and Vayne that's going to have to clear waves, and should this PSB squad get a Baron on top of that, it's going to be really scary. And I mean, no TP on Jax from the previous play. They're just going to burst this one down.
Yeah, speak of the devil, Pawn Sacrifice Black going to be bursting this Baron Asher down, and Beta Fox looks about there's almost nothing that they could do. Trickster's in the area. We'll see if he fancies something. The rest of his team is still on their way right now. Beta Fox will see what they can do. There's the shoot shot barrage.
Hostile takeover.
Coming down. There's Coral's going to be taken out, and now the Baron Asher going to get secured by Pawn Sacrifice Black. Sinning secures it.
Yeah, Sinning secured it.
No man's land.
Yeah, Sinning secured it a bit late there. It went down to 371. Definitely viable.
Good patience
for Trickster to look for it. Yeah, good patience.
Also, I think that was all on him just waiting, because a lot of that was the burst from Macaulay and the perfect execution. But I mean, just good job holding Smite there. But critically, I mean, just Zumi on the flank, the hostile takeover, they just blow up Coral. Don't even let him get within like flash ulti range of the Baron. And I mean, now with the Baron, I mean, like I'm saying, that wave clear is going to be so hard to pull off against this PSP squad.
Yeah, and it's just also reflective of...
we got something happen. Here comes the ulti from Sheer coming down, but here comes Shrimp as well as they're trying to dogpile him down. Shrimp is such a menace right now. Zui's trying to get the kill on a Trickster, and he will be able to do so. Here comes Shrimp. There's the Jack stun onto 2, but now they're dogging Shrimp down. Shrimp will escape with the leap strike. And all is said and down now, Shrimp fills up in the middle. He's going for the 1v2 right now, trying to kill this Vayne right now. Cozy's going to survive though, and Sinning's unable to get a kill.
That could have been really bad for PSV if they didn't play that.
True shot. Oh, not gonna hit.
I mean, just barely getting a 1-for-1 there for PSP. I think very fortunate, because if Zui goes down any quicker, Sheer most likely going to follow on his own in a 1v2, and that could have been really bad for PSP. In the end, 1-for-1. Now you can play it slow, let Zui get back up on the map, and now look to push down with this Baron buff. Still about a minute left on it.
Definitely, and I would normally say that, you know, the Dragons are pretty nice here for PSP, but they lost the lottery. And we've rolled a Clown Soul, so definitely not as threatening as it could be.
I mean, now they can run Jacks faster.
That's harsh. Clowns, like you say that, right? But obviously Vladimir, and to a lesser extent, Shrimp Tempura.
Oh boy, Shrimp's feeling himself right now, but can PSP take him out right now? Zui looking like he's doing a lot of damage right now, and Shrimp is actually going to be forced off. There's the Flash Q coming down. The Jackson is going to be landing, and the taunt from Sheer is going to seal the deal on this Shrimp. The rest of PSP looking for a play. That's a massive ulti coming down. No kill for Skylance, and Skylance is still up. Skylance is pumping out damage and taking out Beta Fox. It's a triple kill for him.
I mean, like, yes, Skylancer critically stays alive, but I have to compliment Daddy Zillion in this game so far. Like, Hostile Takeover has just been utterly destroying Beta Fox. They want to try to team fight, Hostile Takeover means that they can't. They want to try to check into Baron, Hostile Takeover means that they can't. And not just that, Daddy Zillion, just on this Renata, has been playing superbly well. Like, canceling so many abilities, finding so much CC, and really enabling Skylancer to take over. And yes, while Shrimp still has a massive lead, right? Still over 100 CS on Sheer, has still been trying to batter that top lane down. It just isn't meaning anything now, because now PSB, they've gotten all 4. They have Soul, and their carries are just so massive. Sky is 3 items on this Ezreal, and Cozy AJ, has Gwinsu's Kraken, but he can't really stay alive.
Yeah, and I mean, we're getting closer to that point where there's no coming back, and I mean, even the goal difference in Jax just doesn't matter when the rest of your team is so far behind. And I don't want to call it yet, but should Beta Fox lose this game? I mean, if you're Shrimp on this team, I know they're all buddies and all, but you gotta be thinking like, man, I don't know how I carry any harder than that one. What more could you do from the side of Shrimp this game? You had an inner turret. You were hitting the inhibitor turret before turret plating fell.
Yeah, like 12, 13 minutes. Yeah.
And I mean, obviously, fantastic plays from the bot line of Pawn Sacrifice. And I think, for lack of better terminology, you could say that Daddy Zillion really bailed them out of this one.
Yeah, definitely. As we hover back into this top lane, Sheer's feeling himself, but the rest of PSP feeling themselves in the Beta Fox base right now. Shrimp is almost taken out, and Sheer's able to handle him. I mean, the rest of the team is going to go wild on them. Now back to top The Cheer's gonna take out Shrimp, and now Shrimp's gone. Beta Fox is down. The base is about to be down as well. And PSP looking for game number 1 right now. They're looking for a kill on the Viego as well. Coral's gonna get taken out, and these Nexus towers are next on the list for pawn sacrifice.
Yeah, I don't think we get to see Renata anymore this series.
Yeah, I don't think so. Like, or if you're going to like let Renata through, you cannot be drafting a composition that is almost entirely auto attack based. It's just not a good idea when you see a Renata on the enemy team. This is also the type of game where Sheer or somebody's like types it top gap.
GG. Easy game.
Easy. All according to plan. By virtue of like 50 tower shots, Sheer was finally able to kill Shrimp.
Who would win in a fight? 5 Beta Foxy boys or 1 very upset mage?
Yeah, definitely. But I mean, as we've been stressing, that Renata pick got way too much value. If Beta Fox want to continue to draft these kinds of champions, it's gonna be a permaban.
God, Renata is such a tilting champion to play. She's super fun to play, but like, oh my lord,
goes both ways, right?
Like, that champion is so tilting to play against. Finally got to get a kill. Then Renata presses W, and then whenever she W's, gets a killer assist, and it's like, well, now he just stays alive. It's doomed.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see if Beta Fox can bounce back in the series, though everyone thinks they're going to win at least 1 game here versus PSP, and no better chance than game number 2 here for Beta Fox versus PSP coming up soon.
I feel like I'm being tied down. They tell me, don't you make a sound. Over and over, I wonder what it's like to be up there so high, flying so free. Tell me this isn't forever. Giving all of my youth away. Drowning under all this pressure. I don't really wanna waste my days. Alive with no control. I just need someone to hold. Live alive with no control. Living a life that's so mundane. Maybe I might just go insane. Running in circles, it's all the same. All the same, all this pain. Tell me this isn't forever. Giving all of my youth away. Drowning under all this pressure. I don't really wanna waste my days. I just need someone to hold. Live alive with no control. Alive with no control. Live alive with no control. Baby, what's the rush? I can see the liquor, how it tickles at your lips. Looking for some fun. Come a little closer, let me show you how it is. 'Cause you seem confused. You don't need to know just who I am. Let's move to the groove. Baby, I ain't looking for romance. I'm just trying to dance. 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 'Cause you seem confused. You don't need to know just who I am. Let's move to the groove. Baby, I ain't looking for romance. I'm just trying to dance. I'm just trying to dance. I'm just trying to dance. Woo. I'm just trying to dance. I'm just trying to dance. Baby, what's the rush? I can see the liquor, how it tickles at your lips. Looking for some fun. Come a little closer, let me show you how it is. 'Cause you seem confused. You don't need to know just who I am. Let's move to the groove. Baby, I ain't looking for romance. I'm just trying to dance. 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 'Cause you seem confused. You don't need to know just who I am. Let's move to the groove. Baby, I ain't just who I am. Let's move. Seem confused. You don't need to know just who I am. Let's move to the groove. Baby, I ain't looking for romance. I'm just trying to dance. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Oh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. 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 Oh, yeah, I've discussed it with myself, and I'm disgusted with the way we're told to have a certain face. I stood and wait because we aren't pixels on a screen. No, we're human, we breathe. Every single thing we see curated. It's overrated. These expectations, they keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to think. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10.
I'm collecting the pieces. Don't you let go of me. Burning it down. Some things won't last forever, but staying on your own ain't better. Now, oh, for now, I'm keeping it down. I'm hearing all these voices inside of my head, trying to erase all the noises, but I can't seem to help myself. I guess there's nothing I can do. Oh, oh, and I keep falling apart. I guess there's nothing I can do. Oh, oh, and I keep falling apart. I guess there's nothing I can do. I guess there's nothing I can do. Get rid of emotions, I'm playing it safe. Lost all the weight off my shoulders and closing the gates to hell. Lost all my hope before too many times, but now I've come to realize that doubt, oh my doubt, is holding me down. I'm hearing all these voices inside of my head, oh, trying to erase all the noises, but I can't seem to help myself. I guess there's nothing I can do. Oh, oh, and I keep falling apart. I guess there's nothing I can do. Oh, oh, and I keep falling apart. I guess there's nothing I can do. Oh, yeah, I guess there's nothing I can do. I guess there's nothing I can do. You still don't believe me. I always knew that there's nothing I can do. Collected the pieces, but I keep falling apart. Let me tell you I'm a monster. I come alive when you're around me, around me. Baby, now that I'm upon you, I can feel that you were drowning, drowning. So pull me closer, girl, I'm coming for you. Yeah, you can't hide, from me. I'm all over, yeah, I'm praying on you, but you can't hide from me. Let me tell you I'm a monster. I come alive when you're around me, around me. Baby, now that I'm upon you, I can feel that you were drowning, drowning. So pull me closer, girl, I'm coming for you. Yeah, you can't hide from me. I'm all over, yeah, I'm praying on you, but you can't hide from me. Let me tell you I'm a monster. I come alive when you're around me, around me. Baby, now that I'm upon you, I can feel that you were drowning, drowning. Let me tell you I'm a monster. I come alive when you're around me, around me. Let me tell you I'm a monster. I come alive when you're around me, Baby, now that I'm upon you, I can feel that you were drowning, drowning. Pull me closer, girl, I'm coming for you. Yeah, you can't hide from me. I'm all over, yeah, I'm praying on you, but you can't hide from me. And just like that, you asked me to dance. I'll show you what I'm made of.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Duo Esports Season 10 Gold Platinum Competitive Series Grand Finals. We got game number 2 between Beta Fox and Pawn Sacrifice Black. Pawn Sacrifice Black just picked up a commanding victory over Beta Fox in game number 1. I gotta ask you, VillianinGlasses, are they gonna do the same thing in game number 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say. If we see as much of a top diff for PSB as we did in game 1, I mean, it can't get much worse for Sheer, and he's already changing up the draft a little bit here in this one, so I think definitely the Malphite a much better option here for them, but we'll see if it ends up mattering, you know?
Yeah, definitely, and of course, Trutabagel. How do you feel about this one?
It's bagel. But anyway,
Yeah, I defaulted.
yeah, it's okay. Like overall, like taking an inventory of how the draft is going, I don't think I've ever seen Zui play Yasuo. Now that being said, I'm being honest. I just have it. Like I know you have Villain.
Damn.
Is he a good Yasuo?
You can hear the scrims laughing.
He plays Yasuo. I mean,
Okay.
he
Okay.
plays
No, yeah. Like I haven't had the, I guess let's say the pleasure of watching Zui play, of watching Zui play Yasuo. But that out of the way, like obviously after game 1, makes a whole ton of sense why Beta Fox is like, no more Renata, absolutely not. But this draft, I do gotta say I like PSV's draft a whole ton. Like there's, at least in my mind, not a whole ton that what Beta Fox has drafted can do against PSB. Like, especially because we're about to see their AD pick here. But spoiler alert, it's Ezreal. I don't really see how Ezreal does a lot of damage, like until he hits almost like max items against a lot of these champions. Also, what's the Lulu for? Like just to enable Jax?
Lulu was early picked, and I think it was partially a takeaway. Ariel or Daddy Zillion has been playing a lot of the enchanters this season in general, and so I think it's definitely partially a takeaway pick. I think it's also trying to enable an ADC. The problem is they didn't pick ADC early. They opted to grab the Jax, then the Xin Zhao early on to take away from Sinning. But the problem is that leaves you kind of exposed in the bot side for picks, and PSB took advantage of that, removed the Jinx, removed the Vayne, the two most prominent hyper carries right now, and since they're not willing to pick a champion like Ezreal into that comp, or like Kog'Maw into that comp, something that's a true hyper carry, you kind of run out of picks in the list there. Zeri's not good right now. You can't really pick her. Well, Callista's kind of getting it run over, so that's a terrible pick. What else are we looking through? I guess we'll pick Ezreal because it's safe. Well, you're safe, but now how do you kill these massive front line from PSB of Malphite, Volibear, and Leona, who are just going to kind of run at you? And if you get one pick from the side of PSB, I don't see how Beta Fox can win a team fight.
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. And I think that is also just highlighted by the fact that, assuming the game goes similarly to how it did for game 1, Beta Fox might just have to toss all their eggs into the shrimp basket, so to speak. Because if they get like gapped in almost every single other role again, there's nothing that their composition can do from behind, like other than just wait. And even then, their scaling doesn't really match up in the face of like a late game Yasuo, late game Xayah. Like sure, Echo can be difficult to kill, but not impossible. So Beta Fox, they really need to shore up the deficits that they like came out of game 1 with in order to like ease up pressure for Shrimp to actually get the same like degree of effectiveness done.
Definitely. I mean, there's no way we can't be in love with the Pawn Sacrifice Black comp here, right? Obviously, EG Draxler came in, did the draft for made it all pretty, and PSB want to seal the deal here, get the 2-0 in the series, and in all likelihood, if that ends up, being what happens, the 3-0 right afterwards, keeping it how it always has been here for the most part in duo. And I mean, their comp just works so well with itself. You have Malphite Yasuo, you have Xayah, Leona. I mean, everything works super well in the team comp.
Imagine having a professional level coach just hop into a GP game. Be like, hey,
my team just won semis in LCS. They'll be playing in finals tomorrow. I got time to let these amateurs get a free draft or two. I mean, the draft is solid from top to bottom, though. I mean, honestly, like, it's a very consistent comp. It deals with a lot of threats on the enemy team. Obviously, the Echo Yasuo matchup is something that's interesting. It's more of a skill kind of situation because while Echo, does have that initiation and that raw burst, Yasuo, if he win walls the Q from Echo, I mean, that's all of Echo's damage essentially. and Yasuo will definitely win in a raw auto attack trade. And then in the bot side, I mean, Zaya has so much control over the lane in general, just able to push waves with the feathers passing through on the passive. And Lulu Ezreal, while they can kind of, use the double range to poke at, your melees, if they've overstepped, the Leona's just going to go on them, and there's just way too much burst to compensate. So I definitely think like the lanes are in favor of PSB outside of the top matchup. But I mean, even then it's, Shear's going to press Q and then wait 15 seconds for his mana flow timer to come back up, and then he's going to press Q again, and then he's going to wait another 15 seconds. He's going to press Q again, and then if Jax ever walks forward, he presses the E button and laughs at his low attack speed. So I definitely favor the side of PSB in this draft overall.
Yeah, and also if there's like a champion that can definitely survive against the Jax, like mindlessly pushing up into you, and also potentially like people diving onto you like post 6, Shen not very capable of doing so. Malphite pretty different. Malphite can definitely survive, can definitely punish over aggression really hard too. So I think this should be an easier game for Sheer, so to speak. Like I'd be very, very surprised if he were able to like have an advantage against Shrimp, but a lot less pressure in that top lane for him.
Well, we are gonna hop right into game number 2 here.
Sheer kind of freaking out in the base, man.
I love those base gate bugs. But looking at as we load in here, anything surprising you, Shuno, that you look at here? Anything you're expecting out of this early game?
I mean, I definitely would want to look at this bot lane here, 4 Pawn Sacrifice Black. We had Daddy's lane on the Renata last game, and obviously, that was a massive focus that Beta Fox had in this draft. Shrimp not paying attention. She's going to get a nice comment slam onto him right there. And they've played this bot lane before. I mean, Xylem is just a very strong early game laning phase, and I think that Kosi, AJ, and Zio are going to have their work cut out for them if they want to survive in that.
Yeah, and
oh my goodness,
man,
literally AFK. The flash having to be blown by Trickster. Oh, literally pay attention.
I mean,
hey, game starts.
2 summoners, baby. 2 summoners for 1. Granted, that is now an Echo without a flash into a Yasuo. Like Yasuo, I think still has a pretty decent level 2. So if Zui can just get early level 2, I'm pretty sure he can just pressure Trickster very, very hard in this lane. Shrimp's doing the thing that he did previously, though.
Yeah.
That's a lot of damage. Whew.
That is.
You're outplayed.
I mean, that being said, I think she has gotten 2 mana flow stacks already. Literally
True.
unbeatable.
Yeah, infinite mana. Infinite mana hack, Rise, Doom B 300 CS. But yeah, I definitely think that trade, while it is 2 summoners for 1, I think it is in favor of PSB. I think the value of the summoner spells way higher on the Echo Flash than, say, the Leona Ignite in this case. And I mean, especially in this bot lane, that's already going to be shoving them under tower.
Now, Ignite. Oh. Ooh, okay, that was
trading, but
that was a nice little pullback, yeah.
In favor of Trickster as we head back to this top lane. Shrimp again, autoing down Sheer, gets a nice chunk of damage.
That might have been really bad for Daddy Zillion, actually.
There's another passive proc in this mid lane, actually. Trickster laying it down onto Zui.
And more trading in the bot side as well, as you see the Feather Call doing a lot of damage in early trades to that Ezreal, who doesn't quite have that Lulu shielding yet available. And early gank!
Jumped on Trickster, not gonna go down when all is said and done though, and PSB not able to find the kill onto him.
Okay, well, now in the first 3 minutes of the game, 4 summoners have been invested into trying to kill Trickster.
Yeah.
And they have not resulted in Trickster's death yet. So even though those first 2 might not be as important, it's gonna start feeling pretty bad if you can't kill this Echo with all the resources you're expending to kill him.
Yeah.
There's that benefit of the Echo having the extra dash. Now Volibear finding a bit of company here, and he's in danger going down.
He's in a lot of
Shrimp
danger.
has the priority, he's dead.
Yeah, he's gone. Sitting's going to be getting taken out right now. There is first blood for Xin Xiao.
Yeah, Sitting just not in the right place and at the wrong time. I mean, Xin Zhao's in the mid lane. Echo does have that ability to push the wave very easily and just kind of doesn't respect it and gets himself caught early on here. And that's something we see a lot from these PSP members.
I mean, and then also on top of that, because that flash had been burnt trying to kill Trickster with Zooey, he has no way of like getting out, getting to safety. He starts pathing up the river, but even if he had done that, Shrimp would have just walked down and easily killed him. There's literally nothing that Sinan could have done in that sort of position because of that earlier flash getting burnt.
For sure, and I definitely think dying there is definitely more valuable than giving it over to Shrimp, as we've seen earlier. But
True.
maybe this is Beta Fox able to get early advantages elsewhere on the map. With Xin Zhao now having that extra kill, gonna have a lot more pressure, able to maybe create more havoc on some of these ganks. As Sheer with the early recall and TP is gonna be trading same thing with Shrimp here. And
that's a lot of damage going back.
Oh no!
That's a solo kill for Sheer.
Exact opposite of game one, honestly, here, where Xin Zhao gets a kill on the side of Beta Fox. Like, all right, guys, we got first blood again. We're feeling good. Oh, Shrimp died. Well, oops.
Shrimp completely overinvested. Like, there was like what, like 5 ranged creeps and like the cannon and then the tower. He really must have felt like he could get that solo kill and get out.
Misjudged the damage a little bit there, and that's going to cost him a lot. And now burned the ignite as well. Already burned the TP back to lane. Obviously, big wave shoving in now, so he will be able to collect that and potentially build a freeze here in the top side. But I mean, see how that impacts the rest of the map here, as bot lane firmly in control of the wave state is PSB.
Yeah, both junglers are in the vicinity right now, so something funky could happen. You see Daddyzillion constantly throwing out these Zenith Blades. Hasn't quite hit a big one yet onto the bot lane here as we head back to Sinning, getting a big chunk of damage from Trickster.
Ugh, Echo's such a disgusting champ.
I mean, like the passive proc and then the time winder pullback.
Oh, look at that damage
really is
Sheer.
Yeah, definitely the case. We head back into this
In
mid
the
lane. They're
mid
going
lane.
on a Trickster.
Okay.
The whole squad's full of Daddyzillion's here as well, but he's not even going to be needed. There is the shield coming through, and Trickster's going to go back in, but it's not going to matter. They will manage to get a kill on his Sinning in response, and that's going to be another one. Dewey gets a double kill.
Yeah, big trade for PSB there, getting 2 for 1 in the mid lane, and it all came down to who roamed first. The bot lane prowl means Daddyzillion free to roam the map as he pleases, and he heads right up in that mid lane to tilt that in the favor of PSB. As topside big trades coming through, and I mean, Ezreal, you're level 4 and Azai, you have no mana. He might go down here.
He might have a kill coming down. Daddyzillion now coming up right now, not gonna land the Zenith Blade onto Zir, but they almost got the kill onto Cozy.
I mean, not only like is it only like okay, Ezreal's just level 4. Ezreal has no additional mana. He like this is auto attack Ezreal that was going on to Skylancer. Like, yes, you
have
the opportunity to pressure. I don't think he's gonna. Okay, wait, now he can
do it. He can totally
yeah, no.
Really good chance.
Doing the calculations.
Shrimp is waiting though. Shrimp's like okay, Coral, come on, buddy.
Yeah.
I need your help.
Coral is coming up right now, and see if he wants to go for this one. There's the blast cone over the wall. But they do indeed spot Xin Xiao out, and Sheer should be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Sheer has a lot of damage on this Malphite early on. It's got to be respected with those base damages, and gotta be careful. But like we mentioned, Volibear now on the bot side, they spotted out Xin Zhao. Volibear's gonna be able to snag away that red buff actually here on the bot side and get some advantage for himself. In addition to that early Ocean Dragon, as we've seen PSB firmly in control of the objectives here in these first 2 games.
Oh yeah, definitely. And oh wait.
Oh, we have a 1v1 in the top one between these two.
the
There's the
ulti.
teleports coming down from Sheer.
You?
And Sheer might be laying the solo kill down, but it's gonna be close. Shrimp
No!
will punch it out, and Shrimp's gonna get the kill.
Yeah, that's a Grandmaster's might. I mean, like Jax, you pop the ultimate, you get your effective HP goes up like a fair chunk, especially this early on, when those resistances are super meaningful. So yeah, like Sheer definitely had the damage to kill Shrimp without ult, but as long as Shrimp pops his ultimate, which he did, he's definitely going to be able to survive that.
Yeah, and just as you said, the wave gonna add insult to injury as we head back into this mid lane now. Volibear looking for someone to echo, and that is gonna be so much damage onto Trickster. They're gonna clap him down. Tornado not gonna land. And it looks like he might be able to escape with the coverage of his jungler, but PSB might still be on pursuit right now. They're looking. See, it looks like they're not gonna catch the reset.
They are gonna catch this Rift Herald here, as not able to contest with the Echo that low right now, and I mean, same thing, same story in the bot side here. A lot of push going on here. I don't know how I feel about Skylancer not at least picking up an early tier here. Opted to go with the Dirk and the full Vamp Scepter, and that's really going to delay that mid-game Manamune, but here comes the Zenith Blade.
There's a Zenith Blade landing from Daddy Zillion. They're trying to dogpile the damage on Ezreal, and Cozy AJ taken down to basically half.
And that was just without the Feather Call as well there, and I mean, if that was available, he might have died.
Yeah,
oh, Zooey.
Damage as we head into the mid lane for Zooey. Zooey about to get dogpiled by 2 members of Beta Fox, but Xin Shao far, far away. Zooey gets the 2-man tornado on his way out.
Yeah, double NATO might have saved his life. It definitely stopped up all like possible aggression from Coral and Trickster. With all the action that's happened in the mid lane, I'm kind of surprised that like Zooey actually hasn't died once. Wow, Shrimp's damage starting to scale up.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you get the items through the Malphite, not really getting much in terms of his takiness yet.
Oh, no.
We get into the kill here. There's the ulti immediately forced out by Cheer.
Yep, smart play. If he does not ult through the Counter-Strike, he dies there for certain.
I mean, 100% he did not realize that was warded. Like, you could see, like, the surprise from Sheer that Shrimp immediately, leap striked onto him.
Yeah, a lot of trading back there, so you gotta be a little careful if you are the side of Shrimp on this one. And, well, it isn't the taunt under tower. I mean, Malphite's E does slow that attack speed, gets a lot of poke through, and comment as well as Ezreal. Gotta be careful here.
Ooh, Ezreal gonna be able to survive for now, but they're not out of trouble just yet. Here comes Sin, and there's the flash coming down. A flash at the same time from Cozy, though, is gonna get him out.
Yeah, there's gonna be a turret falling here in the bot side first of all. First turret
10.5 minutes
for PSB here on the bot side here. And I mean, they've been under that tower the whole game so far.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, but like given the situation as you mentioned, Villain, it's not too bad for Cozy to like be really only down like what 24, 23 CS. It sucks to lose the tower this early, but as Villain pointed out, they've been shoved under tower the entire time, and Cozy's, kept relatively even on CS overall. So not the worst of situations. And I do have to say, these teams have been aggressive with one another. Oh, wait, talking about that.
Zooey in the mid lane right now onto Zooey. Can they finalize the kill? There's the W land from Xin Shao, but they're not going to go under tower, and Zooey's going to get out.
I mean, they're not going to go for it, especially because, Coral probably wanted to, but you saw the tornado ready on Zooey. And so if Coral goes in for that, he immediately just gets nadoed, and he has to wait.
Yeah, it feels like Zooey's always had that one minion to escape to, or that one, one Q charge left ready to throw that tornado out to kind of save him from these ganks. And just fantastic job of absorbing this pressure, and lets you kind of, now you can reset your wave state, you can rotate the Zaya to mid, and now the Yasuo can get out on the map to do some other fun things. As a lot of trading across the map here. Sheer got to be a little careful, as this Jax is really starting to hurt this top side.
Zeard as well, definitely have to be careful. I'm not sure what was happening, in that bottom lane, but he did manage to get out when all was said and done.
Malphite ults up again, though.
Yeah.
Shrimp has to be careful. Yeah, he's backing for sure.
Yeah, it does say no dive allowed here, as PSP just kind of meander over to the second dragon here, and no Cloud Soul this game, as it is a Cloud Drag now, so PSB gets to roll the lottery on the 3 best Drakes in the game, honestly. I mean, Infernal's the most fun because haha damage go burr. You have Chemtech, which is the best in the game, and you have Mountain, which is just also very strong. And it is the Mountain Drag this game as well.
Yeah.
No shield would be so monstrous for PSB against this comp that really only has like an assassin and some burst damage to go with it.
Yeah, I mean,
100%, and they might be finding a play. There is a nice dash from the Xin Shao, but it's probably not going to matter. When all said and done, they're going to dogpile him down,
it's all
and
flashing in.
Gone.
3 flashes in for PSB. Doesn't matter that the Solar Flare misses. Zaddy Zillion not afraid to just commit anyways, as he's just getting more lifesteal from it, guys. Let it reset to get more lifesteal, right? As Zooey picks up a another assist there. He'll get some gold that way. Kill goes over to Sinning, and I mean, Sheer just having a nice Gallivant in the top lane, exchanging CS with his buddy Shrimp.
Yeah, and it feels like this game, even though Beta Fox aren't playing poorly, they're not outright losing.
Ooh.
It feels like they're starting to lose slowly. Like things are just starting to slip away from them because they just don't have like a profound advantage to play around at the moment. That's a double stun though.
There's the power conversion stun onto 2. A kill on this guy, and they're looking for another one on Daddy's Zun, and they're going to be finding it right now as well. Trickster's going to get it.
Big
Yeah.
misplay
Oh
from
my goodness,
Caster
a
curse.
pummel to top, and we have a kill maybe coming down to show the Ignite's gonna be ticking, but he's not gonna die from it.
Yeah, will be a turret topside, traded 2 kills in the mid lane, and that could have been avoided if Skylancer had the reaction times. I mean, he has the flash, he had the ulti, well, the ulti was on cooldown, it seems like there, my mistake, but did have the flash available, just didn't respect the echo. Once you see him, you almost have to immediately assume something's going down, but in the end, double stun leads to a double kill in the mid lane, and just like that, we're pulled back to even.
Yeah, good old caster curse. I was just saying how
Yeah.
things are slipping away from PSB, or sorry, from Beta Fox, and they have nothing to play around, and then they find something to play around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's still pretty nice, and definitely a bit of tempo now on the side here for Beta Fox. But even so,
Yeah.
I mean, PSB are still in a pretty good spot in this game when all is said and done.
Yeah, I mean, the dragon stacking is in their favor. They're getting back out onto the map. The only thing that I think both teams really want to get done as the next Rift Herald spawns here is open up the map as much as possible, push down those tier 1 turrets in the mid lane, just so you can have like ease of getting vision. And speaking about vision, look at how PSB is warded just like all over both like halves of this jungle, like in the river around the pits. They have a lot of stuff set up around this mid lane, making sure that they can't really get flanked super, super hard. And that you can even see where Trickster is positioning right there.
Mm-hmm.
Daddy Zillion has the eyes on Trickster there, just ready to jump on him if the situation presents here. Watches him put some wards down. He's gonna watch Lulu come and clear that one, and it's, like you're saying, the vision line just keeps you safe here. Vision always pays it forward, as they say, and they're gonna look for a play of their own as they're gonna clear this pink board here.
Yeah, and because of that vision setup, they got that Herald absolutely for free. There's like nothing, no pressure onto them. They might pop it. I don't think they need to, considering how low this mid lane turret is.
Yeah, definitely not.
We'll try to save it for potentially a dragon play here. As Sheer, again, having a little bit of fun with Jackson on the top side, throws down his abilities, walks away at a slightly accelerated move speed, and that's just kind of the Malphite trading pattern in these lanes. You're like, I'm just waiting until I can press the R key on more people in a team fight.
Yeah, tell that to all my solo queue teammates. Oh, single person ultimate. Haha. Okay, but otherwise, as you pointed out earlier, Villain Dragon is going to be spawning here in just about a minute. Sheer's TP is available. Shrimps will not be, though, which means that he needs to back, and you can see him already there in that bottom lane. He'll be closer to the rest of his team by the time that neutral objective spawns. And Beta Fox, they really need to get this one. They do not want to let PSB continue stacking up Drakes.
No.
They haven't got it. I don't think they've gotten a single one this entire series so far.
They definitely
Why
don't.
not?
While it's not as like egregious this game, I do want us to check the gold graphs top lane super quickly. I mean, Shrimp is nearly up 2k currently over Sheer. So if Shrimp does end up coming down, which he is at the moment for this dragon, then I think he's going to be a really, really big threat that PSB have to handle somehow.
Yeah, and key to see the difference in build path this game. Opts for the Divine Sunderer, going in towards that Blade of the Rune King second as well. So definitely a more, I want to beat up the tanks focused build here, and if that ends up paying itself forward in these team fights. As all members present for Dragon number 3, PSB still has that Rift Herald in their inventory. We'll see if they end up dropping it or if they just end up forcing here on the Dragon. As Moon Becomes Lightning just kind of whiffs there.
Yeah, and you can already see like pings about where PSB like wanted to direct the attention over to. Now Beta Fox funneling in. They're going to have to force in though.
Force this one Dragon, but the Dragon gets reset. There's an immediate ulti coming down from Skylancer, and Shrimp is going to focus there. Shrimp is going to be getting killed. There's the Wild Growth to keep him up though. And now Big Fox trying to make something happen. A big ulti from Shrimp doing the backline. Going to shred through Beta Fox, and that's going to be kill after kill after kill, but Shrimp is still up. He gets the kill on Zillion, but that's going to be it. A massive wombo combo from PSB.
And it was on a nice edge. So many low health bars for Pawn Sacrifice Black, but they just played it better than Beta Fox. I mean, holding that ultimate till the perfect moment, finds the 3 backline members, and just as they're about to hit the ground, here comes Zui with the ultimate on Yasuo, able to just navigate through the fight perfectly and pick up the kills on the backside. And then Daddy Zillion, once again the sacrificial lamb, but doesn't go down without a fight. Keeps Shrimp baited just long enough that his team can regroup and finish off the ace. They get the dragon, they get another turret in mid lane, and now the game is firmly back in control for Pawn Sacrifice Black.
Yeah, absolutely. They were like practically even on gold headed into that fight, and now as they walk away from it, just about 3K in PSB's favor. But to touch on something that, you know, you guys were both acknowledging there, after that fight, the health bars on PSB were so low, and that's representative of what Shrimp brought into that fight. The problem for Beta Fox, though, is not that like they are like not combat effective in these fights, but it's so much harder for them to execute with their composition. Like PSB, they have Malphite and Yasuo. They held their ultimates until like that perfect opportune moment, as Villain pointed out. 3-man ultimate into the back, get the last breath, get all the kills in, and even though your damage is still relevant for Beta Fox, you can't execute as easily. Like, sure, Shrimp has damage, Shrimp can be in the back line too, but you don't have that same degree of CC, you don't have that same degree of tankiness, and nothing can keep you alive quite as well in those fights.
It's a clean front to back team fight, and like we're saying, a lot easier to execute as well. Our button go burr for the side of PSB is honestly the name of the game.
Press our comp,
if you hit the champions, you win the team fights. That's generally how it works. Beta Fox has a much more uphill battle. You know, Echo is a much more dynamic champion. Jax is much harder to play in these team fights. And you're already seeing the dividends paying back as Zui completed that shield bow now, getting close to that Infinity Edge, really doing a lot of damage to this Echo in the side trades.
Yeah, and I think this isn't to flame Cozy AJ. True Shot Barrage didn't hit anyone in that fight. If it does, if it hits like multiple members of PSB, I think that's an entirely different fight, because it would have been representative of so much more damage. And people on PSB are more likely to die if that barrage hits.
Yeah.
For sure. But like we're saying here, I mean, PSB firm control of the objective game right now. 3 turrets to 1, 3 dragons to 0, and both heralds as well under their belt this game. And we'll see if they can translate that into a victory, as seems like we've seen the exact same trading patterns for the last 5 minutes until the next dragon comes up. But PSB looking to change that here. Solar Flare coming down.
Looking for something. This Solar Flare not going to be landing, but it may not matter. They're going to dogpile Xin Shao. Coral's in a ton of trouble. There's the two-shot barrage going to rattle across, but Coral's already gone. They take him out.
They're going to turn their attention right towards Baron here. Sky Lancer a little bit low here, but True Shot Barrage down. Echo is alive and kicking, so we'll see what he can do here at this Baron, and it's going to have to be a teleport flank from Shrimp and a miracle maybe for Beta Fox in this one.
Yeah,
I mean,
it doesn't even look like they're going to, you know, be about this. So like, yeah, whatever, they got it.
I mean, like,
so
there's
huge.
There's nothing that Shrimp or Sheer could have done to join their teams before this Baron fight, though, because like, even though the camera was there in the team fight, like taking a look at what was happening in bot lane, they were both just like pressuring one another. It was a game of chicken, and whoever blinks first would just get their TP interrupted and have it wasted. So obviously neither top laner could join in, even though there were decent enough wards to TP into. But without Shrimp, without that massive like bit of gold, it's really, really difficult for Beta Fox to get anything done proactively, especially when PS with their composition can just force a fight.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, I would even go as far to say that, you know, the result of that dragon fight was game losing for Beta Fox. I mean, we saw what it's turned into. It's turned into the Baron. It's turned into a pick. And, you know, Shrimp Report's trying to get some damage down right now. And he's looking pretty good onto these two specific members of Pawn Sacrifice Black. The last cone, it's like it should get Daddy
just out of
Zillion
range.
out. Here comes Coral, though, looking for more. But there's a Solar Flare, and Daddy Zillion able to walk it out.
Oh, they're getting corralled. They're getting collapsed on.
Pawn Sacrifice Black, they're looking.
Wait,
for
so
a ton
low.
of kills like Beta Fox. Wombo fucking combo from Sheer! It's gonna catch every single member and set Zui up for success!
Our buttons are the easiest thing to utilize in the game of League of Legends, and that is all that was needed in that one. Sheer press R, Zui the same, and it's an immediate triple kill. The dragon is fully controlled, and it's another 4 dragon soul at 23 minutes into this one.
It's a wrap, boys.
Oh my goodness. Beta Fox is just so desperate. It's like, we need to get something done. We need to force a fight. We need to get a pick. Shrimp goes straight in and everyone else follows. Granted, Cozy AJ wasn't quite there yet to join with his team. But if he had been, it would have been even worse. They would have just lost the Ezreal too, because they all funneled in to PSB's jungle, and then Sheer finally joins, and oh dear.
Oh, to add insult to injury, Cozy's not even
ADC 22?
getting out on this one.
ADC 22? ADC 22?
ADC 2022, Sheer easily secures the kill.
I mean, try to fight this 3v4 on the bot side though.
Yeah,
I mean, Zooey's down.
Right now.
Zooey's
Zooey's
down.
is down. Zooey's out of the picture, and their Shrimp's starting to pop off. They're gonna now looking for a kill, possibly on this Skylancer as well as the rest of the team is going to be cleaning up this last kill onto Daddy Zillion. He gets Trickster with them, and Shrimp's gonna take Sky out on the back half.
A little cocky there, just overextending and getting caught in the 4v3 there from PSB, but I mean, honestly, it might not even matter. They still have 2 Barons available. They're going to be able to collect a top turret in exchange and slowly extend this gold lead a little further.
Yeah, and to talk about how that was like breaking down before the bottom lane fight, Villain, you pointed this out like as far back as Champion Select. What is Ezreal going to do? Like right now, Cozy AJ has Essence Reaver and working towards a Muramana, right? His Mystic shots, I'm pretty sure just tickled Sheer. Like, as he was trying to run away from the absolutely nothing he could do in that type of situation. Nothing he can do, I think, for what, at least another 2-3 items before his damage might start becoming relevant against the Malphite. But thinking about how that bot lane fight broke out, kind of saw it in game number 1 too, right? Skylancer, Daddy Zillion a little bit too overextended, pushing up a little bit too far. Even happened earlier this game in the mid lane. They got like stunned by Trickster. They got forced engaged on, and they just couldn't stay alive. What's funny though, to see Daddy Zillion just get one little kill on the back end of it though.
Yeah, that's the classic, man. That's the classic Zillion. But yeah, I mean, as the resident duo esports Caitlyn Ezreal 2-trick gameplay, yeah, this game feels bad for Ezreal. If I really wish there was an item in the game that, you know, built out a Sheen that could just, you know, do % damage to tanks or something.
Goodbye.
Something that maybe like a Jax already built this game. But I'm gonna hold that thought. It seems like Jax himself's a little caught here.
Shrimp is getting
Good
bullied
timer
right now. There's the ulti coming down from both of them, and Shrimp's gonna be getting taken out.
Perfect timing from Zooey again on the ulti there. The last breath just waited out perfectly so that way he would land after the stun expired, and just another kill for PSB. And with the most powerful member of the side of Beta Fox down, this is probably going to be a couple of inhibs being broken.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's not a whole ton that Beta Fox can do. The other thing is, similar to game number 1, not a whole ton of wave clear on Beta Fox. If they fall behind, and which they have here again, they don't have much to their name. They have Time Winder from Echo.
It's a little better with Echo, and Ezreal can do it from range, but
I mean,
it's better than a Kali Vayne. It's better than a Kali Vayne.
You know what? You're both right. You're both right. But it's not that much better.
No, it's not much better. As we're seeing by this inhibitor, most certainly going down here for PSP, but maybe they'll play a little cautiously after getting picked off a couple times here in these mid games.
Yeah, I mean, PSB gonna take this inhibitor either way right now. They're gonna play it slow as Shrimp is coming around the corner right now. Leap strikes in, not gonna find anything with PSB. Back with priority on inhibitor, gonna take it out.
And just clinical gameplay here from PSB. Walk it out, get some gold, reset. Maybe look for another play if you want to here. They do have the ultis available, but they say, you know what, our pockets are a little bit fat here. Let's not throw a team fight right before Elder Dragon comes up and the next Baron comes up. And I mean, you look at the scoreboards and it just tells the entire story for you.
Yeah.
And the gold lead that they had grown off of that earlier dragon fight around, I think it was around the Soul Point Dragon, hasn't really gone away. It's only ballooned further. It's up to 6K now. After that fight, it was something like 3. And PSB are in this borderline unassailable spot unless Beta Fox can somehow sneak the Elder or like steal it away, because otherwise their damage just isn't relevant.
I mean, what are you gonna do?
Pretty much anyone on PSB.
PSB has 2 supports. Look at Skylancer. 0-2 and 10 support Zaya gameplay.
Ha 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 ha.
Yeah.
Don't you love ADCs?
Oh,
Zooey here.
Here comes the teleport coming through, but can he save his teammates? Here's the stopwatch coming down, and Zooey's gonna be staying up, but can Shrimp finalize his kill on them? There's the last breath, and Zooey is gonna get taken out, but they're gonna dog down Shrimp right afterwards.
Zooey just it looked a bit of miscommunication at the start. Stop watching Sheer ult as he teleports in. You're like, okay, for sure the Yasuo goes down here. But then he somehow, out of nowhere, manages to pull out another tornado and just stall a little bit longer. Takes half of Shrimp's health with him as he goes. And, I mean, 2 tanks or not, Shrimp can't 1v9 every fight. And this is another Baron for PSB.
Yeah, I mean, there's absolutely nothing that Beta Fox can do contest, right? Coral died, Shrimp died. You have no smite, you have no front line. You just have to let it go. And now PSB super well positioned to just take Elder. I think if you're Beta Fox, you're thinking, okay, well, we're down 0-2. What can we switch up for game 3? Because looking pretty dicey for you.
Yeah, definitely. They're going to be forced to pull out a reverse sweep on a pawn sacrifice after this one, as they are in commanding control right now. There is basically, nothing that they've missed out on this game. They've gotten 2 Barons, they've gotten all the Dragons, they've gotten just about all of the Beta Fox towers, and this Elder Dragon's just going to be the icing on the cake.
Man, someday we'll get a finals in GPCS that goes more than 3 games. At least that's what it feels like. I know we did have. Did we have a 4-game final last season?
We had a 4-game last season.
4-game last season. But still, no best of 5, and Duo has gone the full length. So, still working on it, to say the very least.
PSP just looking poised and composed in these games. I mean, after game 1, where they just made that big comeback from the early deficit, it looked like Sheer was just playing on a different monitor between game 1 and 2 here, as the team just seems so much more coordinated. And I mean, credit to where it's due. The half of the map, even like the mid lane as well, just really creating a lot of advantages for PSB in these games. And all Sheer has to do is just survive these Jax matchups and press the R key at the right time. That's all his job has been. He's done it as well as he could have for the situation he's put in. As we just see Jax kind of getting what he can in the top side.
Yeah, I mean, granted, game 1, Sheer, like, to be fully honest, right? Sheer not playing well at all. Yeah, 100%. Game 2.
Yeah. Game 2 is about to be over, so we'll see what they can make of it. One last stand here from Beta Fox, but it's not going to be a stand that lasts very long. Darius on the flash, the play going to come through. They're not going to kill Kosi AJ just yet. And Pawn Sacrifice throwing their attention over these Nexus towers in just a second.
Oh my goodness, look at that burn.
Yeah, much like the Great Barrier Reef, Coral is an endangered species of plant here.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my, Skylancer finally picks up some kills for himself here at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, Zui's going in!
They're gonna get caught by the fountain though, but it's not gonna matter. The next is gonna be next on the list for Pawn Sacrifice Black, and that is going to be game number 2 over Beta Fox.
End the game.
Yeah, that's what Skylancer is like. Guys, hit the next.
But yeah, I mean, definitely more clean game from top to bot from the side of PSB there. Pretty much in control the whole time. Had that one hiccup. Even, but I mean, in the end, it was just kind of pretty a clip from the side of PSB, and this is kind of what you expect from the squad here. Very reliable composition. They play it very well, and they don't try to do too much for themselves as they take an easy 2 lead here in the series.
Yeah, Titan throwing out the casual. Looks like finals was in semis after all. Because, yeah, I don't really see how PSB loses game 3, headed into it after this one.
Yeah.
It's,
I mean, I definitely see the advantages of Beta Fox, right? I mean, Shrimp is establishing himself as a legitimate threat here in the top side of the map. They did have some early advantages with the Zinzao pick here in the jungle, but we'll see if any of that can actually translate. I mean, it seems like they just kind of fumble these team fights, and honestly, like, it's just the PSB just is playing better. That's what it comes down to. They're showing that they have better hands in these team fights, and they're just winning every single one, it feels like.
Yeah, definitely. And, Beta Fox, as I said earlier, now forced to reverse sweep Pawn Sacrifice Black if they want to become our Season 10 GPCS champions. But either way, Pawn Sacrifice Black are just one off. Sheer fucking will is one off of the 3-peat. And we'll have game number 3 where it might just close out here one last time for Pawn Sacrifice Black coming up very soon.
suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. With crimson secrets and forbidden bliss, can't stay still, don't stop that thrill. My bones crave your skin, temptation within, mistakes ignite the silence. Nightmares creep while you and me repeat. This bittersweet heat is suffocating. I'm waiting and always hesitating. Kryptonite desires set my heart afire. Heart on fire. Set my heart afire. Yeah.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Duo Esports Season 10 Gold Platinum Competitive Series Grand Finals. As we have game number 3 here for Pawn Sacrifice Black versus Beta Fox. PSB just picked up 2 back-to-back really good-looking dubs. Again, I'm with Trutabagel and VillianinGlasses.
Hey, that's me.
Yeah, I mean, oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, there's a weird draft on this one for sure. A lot of champions we haven't seen in a while. For at least one of the sides of this draft. But I'm excited for this one.
Look, it might be game 3. It might be game 3, but this is all for fun, you know? Like,
indeed. But, yeah,
God.
Another pretty interesting draft across both sides. We do see a Graves locked in for the jungle. Haven't seen that one in a while. It's going to be running face first into a Zinzao that we saw Sinning absolutely demolish on in game 1 once he got going there. And it is going to be a Mordekaiser mid lane, by the way. Don't ask many questions because we don't know the answers to them.
Yeah, I mean, not just that. Like, obviously, if everyone who's watching the stream aren't privy to this, but it was a B1 Yuumi by Beta Fox.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, the other thing is, side selection in this game, right? Higher seed has games 1, 3, 5, right? Which also means for game 2, that means Beta Fox was like, we don't want counterpick, and there's also nothing wrong with how, we drafted game 1. But, like, obviously that's over now, and now, like, PSB, they're like, well, you made your bed, now you lie in it, and we're picking red side again. And Beta Fox, they've opted for a very interesting draft, to say the least. Granted, Shrimp is on another, I can hard split push as long as I get the advantage champion with the Fiora. And there's a lot of damage on the side of Beta Fox, right? Like, if they find advantages, they can be very, very scary. But something that's just consistently happened throughout this series is that, yes, Shrimp will find an advantage, sure, but the rest of the team, it just hasn't been there.
Yeah, definitely. And my apologies in advance if this ends up being, a Beta Fox, winning this game and them, seriously starting to mount the reverse sweep over PSB. But I think B1 Yumi screams, we're throwing up the white flag, we're throwing in the towel, we're having fun, right?
No, hear me out, Shuno. It's actually genius. Here's why. Your one carry threat the entire series, Shrimp on a split pusher. Shrimp's been winning lane, you give him split push. What do we do with Enable Shrimp? We give him a free fountain to attach to him. We'll pick the Yumi first pick, so that way Daddy Zillion can't take it away. Daddy Zillion, famous Yumi player, definitely, And then they go, well, they picked Nautilus. You don't want to have Kaisa with that, so might as well pick Kaisa in the bot lane. Nothing could go wrong with Kaisa Yumi. So I think it's actually genius, because this way, in the mid game, your ADC can't die if I'm nowhere near the fight. I press W from a screen away. Problem solved. Huh? I think it's genius.
Dang, that's Giga Brain.
And then Mordekaiser just says, hey, you have that one carry that keeps killing our team. I'm just going to take him out of the fight. It's mine. Thank you. 500 IQ. Samira, no problem. Yoinkies, to the death realm you go. But in all actuality, I agree. I think this is a very suspect draft from the side of Beta Fox, whereas on PSB, you're like, okay, they want a team fight. They want to press R buttons again. They want a team fight and go in. Very straightforward. Layer ultimates on top of each other, get the AoEs going, and let Samira come in and clean up. That's kind of the main goal. You blow up one target, you blow up the rest. Whereas on Beta Fox, they do a lot of different things. And I don't mean that in a good way. Like, you have a power farming jungler, you have a 1v1 isolation mid laner, I guess, Mordekaiser, who's like that pseudo bruiser type. You have a top lane split pusher who doesn't want to be anywhere near a team fight. And then you have a Kaisa Yumi who... Yumi signals you want to be near a team fight, and Kaisa wants to be in a team fight to press W to poke. So it's really disjointed from Beta Fox.
Yeah, I mean, disjointed is definitely one way of putting it, but perhaps, Beta Fox is finding themselves in a period where it's like, look, we're down 0-2 in a series. We need to change something up. We need to do something wild. And perhaps, if we can do something completely unexpected, we'll catch PSB off the card and maybe win through that and maybe mount a comeback at least for one game.
I mean, when all's said and done, all of us here on the broadcast are thinking it's going to be a PSB 3-0. And consequently, everyone on PSB are thinking it's going to be a 3-0. If by some unbelievable miracle, Beta Fox come out with the dub here, which is extremely unlikely, but in the event that it happens, they could definitely throw PSB off a little bit, like, oh shit, wait, what happened to my 3-0? What's going on here? I have to play a game 4? God damn it, what's going on? All right, at that point, this is definitely, some heavy copium, but maybe, right? All in all, though, obviously we have a heavy preference towards the PSB draft for, every reason imaginable, and Beta Fox, as you said, true, are in that rough spot. They're down 0-2 with the other, 5 or something teams that have played PSB in finals, and what do we do in this third game?
Yeah, I mean, just throw something at the wall and hope it sticks. That's pretty much what Beta Fox seems to have done. Like, as Villain mentioned, half jokingly, in theory, there is something that Beta Fox can do by throwing the Yumi onto Shrimp, assuming that Shrimp gets another lead as he has in the previous 2 games. But even then, I think Beta Fox, they're looking at an uphill battle, and it's difficult for them. They find themselves in a difficult spot, and maybe they're also just trying to do something that, remove any pressure, have some fun with it, and maybe win the game, maybe not.
Feel like me some fun gameplay as we kind of head into the loading screen here for game number 3. And anything Runes and Masteries wise stand out for you guys in this one?
Nothing in particular, no. And you can see the Cozy AJ went for Hail Blades, but it's Kaisa. Nothing terribly new. Although this is something we haven't seen all series. PSB stacking up as 5.
Where are they gonna head?
Well, I mean, they're all walking towards the mid lane. They're doing that nonsense. As Daddy Zillion's gonna walk up here. They will find Trickster though. They get that root down, and they're gonna force the Mordekaiser flash out. And yeah, just like game 2, Trickster loses his flash early, but you're not on Echo. You're not on a champion that actually has a dash. So feels pretty darn bad to be in Trickster's shoes at the moment. Although that does mean As you can see that Shrimp Tempura walking towards that red, gonna throw the ward down. Does not spot any sheer out. It's Shuno, are you loaded?
Yes,
again?
I am.
Oh,
I'm
there you
in
are.
here, but yeah, when all said and done, that is obviously pretty nice. You need to get the flash out of Trickster here, and that's just a small lead for PSB. And again, makes you think to yourself for a second, a small thing. How much attention are Beta Fox paying in this series? Because it happened last game. I think to two different people. Where we just weren't paying attention level 1, like actually, and it ended up resulting in early summoners being blown.
Yeah, I mean, okay, in this situation, it's not as egregious as game 2, right?
Yeah.
Game 2, Trickster 100% not thinking at all, and Zooey and Daddy Zillion literally walked up to him, flash, and then forced his flash out. This time around, he's playing Mordekaiser. Your hitbox is even bigger, and then it's a Nautilus. Like, what are you gonna do? Like, granted, don't blame him too much, but yeah, definitely not a happy spot to be in. Ooh, Shrimp rolled pretty well with those vital procs, but those minions, ugh.
Oh yeah, that's not it.
Gangplank Q button. I mean, Sheer just really pressing the brain off gameplay these last 2 games. Like, instead of waiting for mana flow, now I'm waiting for grasp before I press Q, and misplays that one a little bit as the riposte comes through.
Shrimp does sneak level 2 over him for just a quick second right there, gets some nice damage back down onto Shears. We head to this bot lane. Skylancer almost takes a huge chunk as we go back to top, and Shears just feeling himself on this GP.
Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Samira lately this season myself, and I must say in these matchups, you gotta be really careful about getting yourself isolated against Kai'Sa especially. That Q is going to hurt, and to be honest, Samira is a very weird champion in how she plays, because she plays very much a cleanup style.
Get the kill right now. There's the flash there for first blood, and Shrimp gets it once again over Sheer.
I feel like if Sheer doesn't cancel that auto, commits to it, and then flash Qs, he might have actually out-traded her. But instead, now we have a 4-man dive on the bot side here.
Oh my lord.
3 minutes in and a pawn sacrifice black, and they want to make something happen.
Here yet, though.
They're not going for it, though.
Here comes Korra from around the corner. That's a lot of damage onto Zooey, and PSB have to retreat.
Just too soon on that play there. Wave is not quite crashed quickly enough, and then gave time for Coral to respond and force them out there. And in the end, it's Sinning burning his flash shield away in that play.
Yeah, I mean, like, what it looked like was that PSB, they wanted to look for that 4-man dive into the bot lane. Like, obviously, Yuumi, Kai'Sa, they were still level 2 at the time. But the problem with that was that never mind.
The Drone going to be landing onto Cozy. Cozy going to try and get some damage back as Coral peeks into the lane right now, hoping for PSB to over-aggress again. We head back into this top lane, we're getting a nice trade onto Sheer.
Yeah, but yeah, just to wrap up the thought, right? Daddy Zillion and Skylancer hadn't pushed the wave all the way in, and because of that, they were kind of cut off from Sinning and Zooey. So it turned what was going to be a 4v2 into a 3v2 because Daddy Zillion and Sky were cut off. They forced out Sinning's flash, as you mentioned. And yeah, Beta Fox, they're doing pretty well for themselves very early on.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even in the mid lane, they were a quick, shot onto Zooey.
Coral's coming
into this bottom lane. Coral is coming down to this bottom lane. They're trying to get the damage down to Daddy's lane, but Daddy's lane more than healthy right now, and they could turn, but there is a big minion wave there, and PSB not quite in position for it.
Yeah, something very important to note in this 2v2 is that Nautilus did opt for the Aftershock in this game, as opposed to something like the to augment, something that might add a little bit more combat trading potential, and this looks like it's going to be spicy pretty quickly.
Oh! Be blown by Coral. Coral will barely be able to get out, and PSB still very low on this one, but 5 minutes in, there's not a whole lot of damage to speak of. Graves feeling himself something up, tries to get the kill into Sky, but nothing's going to come of it.
Coral flashed that hook, I think, at the last possible moment.
I think it missed.
Because, I mean, I'm not, maybe it was the perspective of the camera, but, oh, man. That was, either way, is a very, very slim margin that he gets out there. Whether it be, his flash that saves him or Daddy Zillion just missing hook. Definitely feels bad for PSB. But, I don't think it's the worst thing in the world. PSB's comp is definitely also oriented around having a strong 5v5, having a team fight. And they're just not quite at that moment yet. Wait, Trickster's
there could
coming
be
down,
collapse
though.
coming down. Trickster is coming down. This Dragon's still very low. They're gonna secure, but here comes level 6 Mordekaiser, and that's the kill on his Skylancer. Now there's a Death Row multi onto Zinshao. Sinning's gonna be getting screwed as well, and this is gonna be massive for Beta Fox. The kill's gonna come through. Double kill for Trickster, and now they might just be looking for more onto Zui. Mordekaiser might be getting fed as PSP could have opened up a donation onto him right now. Zui is going to escape, but that is 2 massive early kills onto Mord.
Yeah, the Dragon just a little bit more than they bit off than they could chew there, as that one maybe a little bit too slow, maybe a little bit too greedy, as Zui, took a trade in mid lane that wasn't very favorable, led to Mordekaiser getting the prio. He gets to roam first, has the level 6, and comes in at the right time. Now, critically, Dragon does manage to get over to PSB here, so they get that small victory, but, a lot of gold now into that mid lane. And for the first time, it feels like this entire series, someone besides Shrimp on the side of Beta Fox has the lead.
Yeah. That is massive as we head back into top lane with another 1v1 between these two, Shrimp versus Sheer, and Shrimp's feeling himself, gets a quick lunge out as Sheer, not too confident on this GP, not going to get any more damage back.
And this time the barrel there on that one lost out on a bit of trading damage and poke, and now Shrimp has the ulti advantage here on the top side. You gotta be so careful if you are this Gangplank with her flash coming up pretty soon.
Yeah, definitely. Does get a nice Q there, and Shrimp still very low when all is said and done. That can't be ignored.
Yeah, Shrimp is having the Gangplank experience of interactivity right now, like constant Q. But moving away from that, as Villain pointed out, finally somebody. Oh wait, Coral's here.
Oh, this push has gotten us killed so many times.
Right now, there's
look who else is here.
There's the CC. There's the damage land, and Kais is gonna be killed. And here comes Zui on the side. The cat's out of the bag and out of the game. And now they're looking for the Coral. Coral's gonna drop, and there is the kill. But here comes Mordekaiser. Trickster gets an easy serve up onto Daddy Zillion.
Yeah, easy serve up indeed, but that is just making the best of a bad situation right there. And Villain was actually getting into it. We've seen this one before, and like kind of consistently in these past the 2 games before this. Bot lane for Beta Fox, along with jungle, they just show up in that lower side of the river, and then they get completely collapsed on. They commit to a fight that they shouldn't be committing to. And PSP, they've found an advantage through it. They've righted the ship, so to speak, and now they have a very, very slight gold lead.
That they do. With that said, though, it's not all negatives here for Beta Fox. Trickster got a 3rd kill on the back half, and that's definitely going to be helping him out quite a bit in this game. Has a small CS lead over Zui as well. And all in all, really good stuff as we head back into this top lane. Shrimp again feeling himself onto Sheer. He's going to go for the all-in, forces the flash out of Sheer.
Oof.
Yeah. Have to do it for safety on that one, and lane's starting to get away from Sheer here very quickly. That first death very costly, and trying not to give over any more, but now with almost options for the armor boots there instead. Now sitting up in the top side here, get careful.
Feeling himself right now, but Shrimp could possibly turn this. Here comes the rest of the team coming down, and here comes Coral, and Coral's gonna keep him alive.
Zui's walking after the river, though.
Zui is walking through the river. They want to punish them right here, right now. He might have gotten out. The reset's going to get channeled, and PSB not going to continue pursuit.
Yeah, very close trade. And a lot of tick for tack kind of plays going on here. And another action I'm very curious about is if Zui throws out his E and gets ulted by Mordekaiser, does that E go away? I'm assuming it does, right?
Yeah,
because that is a projectile, and that's he's got to be careful, because a lot of situations it feels like Mordekaiser could just press R and just honestly just walk at him. And it's like, maybe he doesn't know the interaction, maybe he's not thinking about it right now, 2 games in, maybe a little tilt settling in, but Zui's got to be very careful on some of these plays, because this could get really ugly really fast. But
yeah, I mean, he is playing Lissandra. He has a little bit of time buying in the Death Run, but when all said and done, a 3-0 more, it's probably still going to melt through him.
It was funny, sure, you gave me too much credit there. I was more so talking about that Tri-Brush has given Zillion and I so many fits historically.
Oh, hold up, we got on the top of the Sheer, so going on top of... That's going to be the kill coming down. Shrimp lays it down, and now Fiora is starting to become a pretty big issue.
Starting to feel like he should have bought those Ninja Tobbies. Or played Steel Cap, sorry.
Yeah.
No, they're Tobbies.
Hey, but he finished his Essence Reaver, though.
Yeah. You do indeed go Burr, I suppose.
Hey, they're still even in gold there in this game, though. I mean, despite the advantages that BetaFox has gotten, it's surprising.
Oh,
no,
no,
that's fine.
and that's what PSP are finding their kills. They're gonna be finding 2 here. Double kill for Daddy Zillion. As it's 2 very easy pickups for PSP, but here comes Mordekaiser. Here comes Tricks around the corner. It's a 3-0 Mordekaiser, and he is laying down on his Skylancer. Skylancer is gonna get taken out, and Mordekaiser still doing damage right now, but Sinning is gonna shut him down. And now Coral's next on the list, and Coral's gonna be getting taken out here as well, and Sinning's gonna get a double kill of his own.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, that's just a big question mark ping for me on the bot lane there from BetaFox. What is there to gain from walking into Tribrush? You know they're going in that direction. You see them walk towards topside. Even if you have vision of the brush, you see them clearing it. What's your goal? It's a Nautilus Samira. You are Kaisa Yumi. You cannot contest for those bush controls because, like you see, one hook lands and your health bar is gone. And just not respecting the bot lane here from PSP. It's felt like it's been like that all series, and Daddy Zillion now 3-1-4 on the Nautilus has been making him pay.
Yeah, definitely, and I hate it be this mean almost, but Espalion is just constantly the eyesore here for BetaFox. Just don't bleed out, and honestly, there's a really good chance you win this game. I mean, your top laner has 2 kills, your mid laner had 3 before that entire initiation happened, and as you said earlier, Villain, this is feels like the first game all series where BetaFox are not only winning through Shrimp. Trickster has a lot of gold on him, and he's a very, very big problem. We hovered to him in this mid lane onto Zooey, and Zooey's taken down to below half.
Yeah, and you know, like both of you guys are right, but one thing that was mentioned earlier is tilt, right? And consistently in this series, the ones who have been eating it the most has been bottom lane for BetaFox. So them walking up, making a decision that they consciously know is a bad one, but like they just do it anyway, speaks to the fact that they might just be tilted. They're kind of just like on autopilot. They drafted Kaisa Yumi like first and second pick for themselves, and like they're kind of, once again, not to flame, they seem to be a little bit checked out. And yes, there's other things on your team that are winning. Like Shrimp has been winning, having winning lanes the entire series, and now Trickster is strong as well. But it's just not fun.
Yeah, I mean, here we go back to bot lane right now, and Kais is going to be getting blown up. There's the killer instinct coming through, and this time Cozy HA is going to get out.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay there from Skylancer. Didn't quite combo his abilities well enough there, and missed a couple Qs, leading to no ulti available for him on that play. And maybe just a bit of luck there on the side of BetaFox, keeping them in this game here, because another double kill there, and it's looking pretty doomed for this bot lane tower. But I don't think this play is quite over yet.
Yeah.
No, it definitely isn't. Here comes Sinning from right behind. There's the GP ulti from Sheer. Everyone's shipping in on PSP for this kill. And there it is on a Kaiser, right onto Yumi right afterwards. They're going to give it over to Sky.
Hey, nice donation there from the man who paid his taxes. As you see, Sky critically already has that QFS tax, but
there's a massive pulling onto 2 right now, and Trickster is going to be getting 1 kill at the very least here for sure. And there it is onto Sinning, a shutdown at that.
Louis still walking down though. There's no more death row.
We may not be done just yet. They're looking for more on a Daddy Zillion. Daddy Zillion not going to get to. There's the flash! Skylancer gets blown up, and that's 2 kills for Trickster. It could possibly be 3, but there is the Lissandra ulti, and Trickster still doing so much damage right now. Almost gets a kill response, but Coral's here to clean up after him. No, Coral's gonna get 1 kill, not gonna get 2 onto Zooey, but BetaFox and Trickster with a massive play.
a huge counter strike there from the side of the mid and jungle of BetaFox. And again, you know, you can say a bit of misplay from PSB. Exhaust available for Sky. He has that Eon reset. You know he could have dashed through the Mordekaiser, but just doesn't react fast enough to the play, and it gets him killed again. And while the bot lane from PSB has been one of their biggest carries in this series, it could also be their downfall if they're not careful.
Yeah, I mean, true to the ability name, Trickster, Flash obliterates Skylancer. No, wait, top lane?
Flash obliterate.
Coming out from Sheer, and 1 more kill is gonna come through for Shrimp in this top lane. 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, BetaFox has been doing a lot of right things, especially Trickster this game. Like 6-2-1 on this Mordekaiser, doing so damn well.
Look at the gold graphs over Zooey too.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's not much that Zooey can do about that. It's not as though Zooey is playing super duper poorly. Trickster's just been able to get gold off of like so many of Zooey's teammates. But you know, you can also see Skylancer's itemized and gotten QSS. right? Like, oh, Shrimp.
Yeah, Shrimp is in a bit of trouble right now. They're gonna get knocked up as well, and this time they're gonna take him out. Shrimp tries to skedaddle away, but a kill might just be coming through. A nice lunge on the Shrimp is smurfing right now. Has he got him out? It looks like he has. Shrimp pulls off the grand escape, and Sinning's gonna pay the price as he goes down, and Coral gets a kill.
Cannon Barrage gonna come up in time? No. It's just a couple of seconds off, unfortunately, for Sheer.
Yeah, Sheer might be getting killed here as well. Mordekaiser is taking tower right now. It's quite a few tower shots, but there's the Death Realm to come through, and there's the kill onto Sheer.
Oh, man. This Mordekaiser is so scary. And, like, the thing is, Trickster just saw Sheer eat the orange. And I was like, oh, wait, I can just toss GP into Death Realm now. Thank you. Walks up, casts ultimate, and gets out. Oh, dear. What a rough spot for PSB to be in. There is one glaring thing that Beta Fox has not done yet this game that I really think they need to do, and that's start getting dragons. They have not gotten a single one this entire series.
They're rolling it down for it right now, but Mordekaiser no TP, PSB already on top of it, and Zooey in a great spot here.
Yeah, here comes some members of Beta Fox. They're trying to punish this one if
Oh,
they
look
can
at
try
that
and do
damage.
so. There's the collateral damage coming through, doing a lot. And Shrimp over the wall. They're going to
Trickster's
stall.
here.
Here comes Trickster. The team might have bought time. There's the Yumi ulti coming down, but it's not going to land at the targets that it needs to. And Beta Fox trying to
Zoo's
scramble
backing.
for this dragon. Sheer up in front right now. And here comes the Olin from Shrimp to Pour coming down. That's going to be the kill coming through. And that's Sheer taken out of the picture. And they are able to get the kill onto him.
I really think PSB had to burn down the dragon there. They took way too long, and I mean, they had the timer on Trickster. They just didn't decide to burn it down. They tried to turn and pick Coral, and in the end, I mean, honestly, the Lissandra pick just not doing much at all for PSB here. Locks down Coral, but I mean, you don't have the comp that can really get there immediately, and in the end, Shrimp just kind of buys so much time and cleans up the fight as now Nancy gets chance on this dive.
Beta Fox looking for more right now. Sinning looking for a kill onto Shrimp, but Shrimp's pretty healthy, pretty strong. Not strong enough to take out Sinning right now, though, and that's the shutdown for him.
Oh.
But now here's the Death Realm. Oh, Mordekaiser ulti. Not gonna happen. And when all is said and done, nothing's gonna happen.
Yeah,
I could have
Sinning almost
sworn I
went down
heard
there.
Trickster cast his ultimate.
So what happened there is
Oh, he
if
lost vision,
Mordekaiser
okay.
loses vision of a target while casting ultimate, it does get canceled and put on the short cooldown. And that's exactly
Okay, so that's what happens
He
with
just
Sinning.
barely got around the
Okay.
corner. in
Happen.
time.
Maybe on the back half he's gonna get a kill anyways. There it is onto Sinning. And now Mordekaiser
Oh, my
looking
Lord.
really goddamn scary, but there are 5 members of PSP dogging him down. And
Doesn't matter.
And Mordekaiser is completely smurfing. Trickster's gonna get another kill before he goes out.
I think what's funny about that play is he ults
Holy.
Skylancer and then he QSS's immediately. Great play. The problem is now he's on top of Daddy's Iliad and that Q that would have just hit Sky now hits Nautilus instead and picks up the double.
No.
I mean,
Why,
you
but-
know what? Like, I can almost imagine Trickster being like, "Hey, Sheer, remember this from DOV?"
Oh, boy.
Man, almost pulled off a 1v5. Essentially.
Oh man, that play.
Oh, jeez.
But yeah, I mean, Trickster definitely the name of the game this time. I mean, Shrimp has gotten a lead in every game of this series, but I mean, he's been put in the position to do so, whereas, you know, Trickster really just kind of coming out of nowhere in this one, just being in the right place at the right time early on, getting a few couple kills, and really snowballing this game in the favor of Beta
Yeah.
Fox when it looked PSB early on.
Yeah, and as you were saying earlier, true, right? I mean, Beta Fox need to get some dragons, and they finally get their first here earlier on. And as Villain said as well, Shrimp's not the only one carrying this game. And, you know, back to Shrimp super quickly, as PSB might just have the inside track on him. He's gonna get jumped on, does lunge a
Oh,
little
no.
low, now turns his focus on the Sheer, and he might just be throwing the Sheer down. He found a kill. Has he done it? And Shrimp support's gonna get the kill on the
Dealing.
Sheer. And now trying to get out, not gonna escape Sinning though, as we head
He's
into
playing
the
mid lane.
PSP gonna get kills on the Beta Fox bottom lane. Once again, Skylancer's gonna get the kill onto Yume.
And oh my god, it kills you to watch this bot lane constantly throwing away situations for Beta Fox. I mean, that's a 1v2 kill in exchange for Shrimp. You know, maybe a little bit overextended on Shrimp's part, but he does trade evenly there, and you're like, okay, great, we have the numbers advantage. But you don't, because Coral and Trickster nowhere to be seen in the mid lane, and you flash back over, and suddenly the bot lane's dead again. You know, and Zooey and Skylancer without Nautilus even needing the pick, and just a great play from PSB to really get some more kills on the map and some gold back in their pockets to garner a small gold lead here in this 20-minute mark.
But I will say, in a true show of bot lane synergy, the bot lane for Beta Fox has the exact same KDA. You take a look across it.
Yeah.
Skylancer, Daddy Zillion, they're out of sync, man.
Ooh.
It's over.
Mm. Off by 1-2. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Support Samira, my
Absolutely
favorite type.
disgusting. Yeah, Sports Amir is too strong, though.
Yeah,
No.
definitely.
Oh, man.
Oh my
Got a
God.
couple members looking at Trickster right now, but that's a lot of damage. This guy just got taken on the back half. The close not
KT
gonna
too.
land.
They're gonna
There's
try
layers
anyways.
at
Knock up
PC.
through Death
Yeah,
Realm.
they're gonna try anyways onto this Mordekaiser. We'll see if he can pull in another 1v5. They're gonna CC him down, but there is the Death Realm this time around, and he's gonna dog pile Daddy Zillion trying to get
Oh,
this
my
kill
lord.
up. And it looks like it's gonna come through this Mordekaiser. An absolute menace to society, and Beta Fox starts to completely clean up Pawn Sacrifice Black.
And it's 20 minutes. It's time for Baron if they want it. And I mean, they killed 3 members of PSB and another fight where the Samira just barely not enough stacks. If he doesn't need that extra auto to ulti, maybe he picks up a kill or 2 on the backside and tries to turn it around. But in the end, it's just another kill donated over for Beta Fox right before Dragon. I mean, I think they could have gone Baron here, but I think it's a little bit of a misplay on their part to not do so. But in the end, they're going to get vision control for the Dragon pit here and maybe try to look for their second one of this game.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
like, I would now say that as long as Trickster, Coral, and Shrimp are around, Beta Fox has, like, complete control of this game. Like, if you take a look at the gold really quick, Trickster very comfortably, 3.2k gold over Zooey, over this, like, team fighting oriented Lissandra. And now you have, like, this Yuumi that can just get thrown on top of Mordekaiser, on top of Graves, on top of Fiora, and it becomes so much more effective. You get those increased stats for both champions. And yeah, kind of impossible to kill Trickster at this point for PSB.
Yeah, I mean, at this rate, Beta Fox are going to win this game, right? I mean, they're in the best spot that they've been all series over PSB. I mean, clearly this one, they're throwing a loop for them. And, we haven't completely seen Shrimp just roll every single member. We might in just a second, though, as PSB have found him. And now they're looking on towards it, but here comes the whole squad coming through. Shrimp is a goner. Sky's gonna get the kill with the tip of the ulti.
Yeah, Shrimp constantly getting picked here on the side doesn't bode well for the side of Beta Fox. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see with PSB. I mean, you want to get that one pick, you remove him from the fight. He is Ignite Fiora, so I mean, if you force a team fight elsewhere, he cannot join. And now you play this fun dance of, can we find another pick? Can we find another fight without Trickster involved, without Shrimp involved, and with Trickster on the top side, you might at least get a turret in the mid or the bot side with this one.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, you do see that the Yuumi is just sticking around near the Mordekaiser just because, like, those two paired together is so devastating and so scary. But PSB, they need to be aware of this. They don't know where the Yuumi and Mordekaiser are, so they have to walk away.
Yeah, that could have gotten very dicey.
An important little slight mis-synergy here is the fact that, while you do like Yuumi attaching to these bruiser champions like the Fiora, like your Jaxes and stuff, kind of counter-synergistic against the Mordekaiser, where once that Death Realm goes down, Yuumi just gets popped off immediately.
True.
So you have to be a little bit careful with that positioning from Zjord here. And we'll see if they can play around that effectively here as we see the side of Beta Fox moving in to grab some of the topside jungle of PSB.
Yeah, definitely. No red buff to speak of anymore.
Oh,
They're
no.
now waiting for a death bush right now. We'll see if they catch anyone. They shouldn't, but that is what their goal is when all's said and done. Sinning is right above them.
Oh, they don't know.
The whole squad's gonna pull up, and now Sinning's in a ton of trouble. There's the ulti onto him as well, and Sinning is completely screwed over right now. The blast cone with the whole squad pulling up ends up killing him, and they might be killing Zooey as well. We go back into spot, and Sheer is about to drop to Shrimp, and Shrimp is going to survive to boot.
Yeah, PSB, they're kind of starting to hit panic mode a little bit here. There's just not really much that they can do. Losing 2 members pretty much for free, right? Sheer getting solo killed again in the bottom lane, and now Sinning getting caught out trying to stay alive in the top means Beta Fox should just be able to get a free Baron here, and there's nothing that PSB can do about it.
Yeah, momentum maybe shifting here in this series critically. In what looked like a PSB favored game 3, they started out strong early. They got a first blood, getting some flashes across, and then suddenly just, again, it's Trickster, just the right place, right time. It seems like all over this game, and you look at the items across the board, it doesn't even matter that Kaisa isn't relevant in this game because you don't need your bot lane. Honestly, the Yuumi just has 3 items, gets to attach to the carry, and says, all right, Kaisa, see you in game 4. We don't need you anymore.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if we're going to talk about Game 4 for just a second right now, if Beta Fox do indeed win this one, and, bot lane is able to, touch it up a little bit, and we have the same kind of performance come out of Trickster again, then I think there's a possibility, a little bit of copium, that we get that, game number 4, maybe even game number 5 coming out. But when we'll said and done, we are still in our 3rd game, and Beta Fox have yet to close it out, but they are still in a very good position to be about to be able to do so.
Yeah, and you can also see, like, itemization-wise, Trickster is just getting more difficult to kill now, right? It has a Randuin's Omen in the inventory, reduces so much damage, like, from pretty much everybody. Because even Xin Zhao has a free crit strike as part of his passive. So there's, like, just practically not much that PSB can do against Trickster here, even with the magic damage from Zooey.
And they're going to send a lot of people up to try and kill Shrimp right now, but Shrimp pretty mobile on Spear. There's the flash coming through. It is going to land, but the riposte done right afterwards means it is just a blown flash by Daddy Zillion.
A bit of desperation out from PSB here, just desperate to try to find a pick on Shrimp again, but playing it smarter this time, able to back off early enough, and now they got to retreat back to their other turrets.
Yeah, that they do, and all is said and done. Now PSB the ones in a pretty tough spot.
I mean, Mia, before their first dragon here, right? Beta Fox had lost 10 in a row in this series alone. And now PSB, they're at this desperate point. They can't get a single drag. They're trying to get on.
By Zooey.
Going to be able to get this kill onto Shrimp, though. A lot of damage dropping down. And there's the GP ulti as well. The whole kitchen sink is being thrown at Shrimp, and Shrimp not even going to get killed. They did not, in fact, have the damage to secure that kill onto him, as Beta Fox might just be turning their attention on to Sheer, and if they can land their abilities, they'll definitely have the damage to kill him, and Sheer's gonna get blown up by the collateral damage.
They commit a lot, but they don't commit it quickly enough. I mean, you have the Gangplank ult, you gotta drop that immediately, because, I mean, they had him locked down for so long, but in the end, the big, the 500 Silver Serpent Orb comes down and whiffs completely, and Shrimp just barely gets away on that entire play, and those little micro things just end up costing you that kill, costing you that pick, and now you have Shrimp on the top side with the Baron buff, you have the bot side pushing in. This Kaisa now has close to her W evolve. I don't believe she even has it yet, funnily enough, but I mean, now how are you going to stop this Fiora?
Yeah, I mean, now the PSB base is about to be in shambles. You see Shrimp's taking the top side, the rest of his team is taking the bottom side right now as well, and PSB, we'll see if they can make it happen. Zooey's gonna go in with the Claw of Doom right now. There's the Yuumi ulti coming down, and the ulti onto Daddy Zillion. No one on PSB has fallen just yet. Trickster unable to secure a kill from the looks of it. Now he comes at the death room. Now they're going to CC him down, and then might just be taking Mordekaiser down as well, but Mordekaiser is still up and healthy for a bit longer than PSB would have wanted, but they're still finding the kills on the Beta Fox. A lot of damage coming through, and here's Coral on the brace, trying to get the output, trying to get damage. It's not going to happen as PSB pounce on this single mistake that Beta Fox has made in their base, and Kais is about to be the last one on the list right now. Cozy AJ is trying to make something happen. It's not going to matter, and PSB stay up.
What a clutch team fight from PSB. The 4v5. Daddy Zillion put on the fucking dancing shoes in the Death Realm there. Somehow, the level 11 at the time Nautilus out-jukes the 16 Mordekaiser in the Death Realm to stay alive, and critically able to navigate the rest of the team fight well enough. They even lost Skylancer right away, went in a little bit too early, too big for his britches. No Inferno trigger popped, and they still won the ensuing 4v4. Just a fantastically well-played fight from PSB, layering the CC as needed. In the end, though, I mean, Beta Fox, they have a 5k gold lead. They got an inhibitor in the top side 4. They nearly got the inhibitor in the bot side, and they have their third Ocean Dragon in this one. So it's by no means back in PSB's favor, but a glimmer of hope here in this game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. PSB, as you said, Villain, definitely still on the back foot. You can see 3 Quicksilver sashes in PSB's inventory. Hey, I don't even blame Daddy Zillion though.
No, it's a genius play.
Yeah, the thing is, Trickster's been like, all right, well, Kaisa has QSS, Xin Zhao has QSS. It's kind of hard to kill Lissandra because she has so much survivability. Game plan can orange out. I can just out. I guess I'll just alt Nautilus.
Can I flame a build real quick for a second here, guys?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Kaisa's building Nashor's Tooth at 30 minutes.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
here's
she
the thing,
is.
guys. Let me take you to school real quick. So Kaisa had 2 major builds with the AP renovations. It was early Nashor's for the triple evolve. You run, Nashor's 2 second item gives 100 AP. In condition with the tier upgrade, Manamune gives you a full 2 items completed. You have all 3 upgrades. Or you just say, I don't need to E because why am I auto attacking? I'm AP Kaisa, and you just press W more, which is the Luden's Echo or Luden's Tempest, I believe it's called now, or Luden's Tempo, right? And then you grab an extra Amp Tome when you have 100 AP. With the things. And so the problem with this is, like, again, when is Kaisa ever trying to auto here? And while it's not inherently terrible, like, 2 things should happen here. She should be building more raw AP, I think. Horizon Focus, very good.
Yeah.
The Shadow Flame, also very good against the shields of PSB.
Yeah.
And after you get enough for Q upgrade, you sell the Dirk. You don't need it anymore. But I'm going to stop complaining about that for now, as the Baron's already half gone.
Baron Nashor is getting soloed up. Beta Fox a little hesitant to start this one up, but they are still bursting it down right now.
Hello.
Sitting has his flash up, and Beta Fox is going to call it off, get a free GP ulti for their hesitation.
Sheer a little bit spooked in that one. Tried to catch them kind of waiting out in the center of the pit, but
yeah, and now Beta Fox said, you know what, no GP ulti, no PSB in position. We're going to start this one up, but take number 2 might just be the lucky try here, as Shrimp in this bottom lane is going to get a lot of damage down. It looks like he might pull out a 1v2, a ton of damage driving through, and Sky's going to be able to get the kill. He barely clutches it out, as we head back to the Baron Nashor. Beta Fox are not going to be able to finish it.
I thought for sure Sheer was just going to int so hard there in that TP. Somehow they just let him out of the
chance that he did. Maybe he did anyways. He did Cozier J, makes the play with the killer instinct, and he was running it down all along.
They're going to try to burn the dragon in response here. Try to save off the soul at the very least, as Beta Fox turns their attention back to this Baron, and can they do it fast enough? Mordekaiser on the way, 3k health, 2k health.
Down right now. There's a chance that they get both when all's said and done. They are going to steal away the objective bounty coming through, but PSB still in trouble. Trickster is still right around here, and Zooey's going to try to run a loop around him. There's the Zhonya's coming down, and Zooey is not going to stay alive. And now Trickster is running amok on the PSB. Sitting's the only one that could possibly try and kill him right now. Daddy Zillion almost a kill, but they're having to throw so much to kill Mordekaiser, and Mordekaiser's not gonna get kills. Trickster's gonna get a 1v3 triple.
Just a bit misplay there from PSB. They should have had Trickster dead to rights, but Zooey misplays it in the ultimate, had the glacial path out, decided not to take it, ends up eating a Q for free there and going down critically, and then in the ensuing fight, Zen Zhao not enough damage to just 1v1 that Mordekaiser through the shields, through the healing, all the extra hooplas. Sky going in 1v2 here, getting a lot of damage across, but
really
the exhaust is huge.
Going to be able to find the kill right then and there, and now they're looking for more. Shrimp's gonna be cleaning up Sheer in the second. That's the ace, and that's absolutely looking like the game. Beta Fox are getting a win in this series.
Yeah, I mean, Zooey and Daddy Zillion are going to be up sitting just a couple of seconds after them. I don't think they can hold. This should still be a hard end for the side of Beta Fox, and even if it isn't, the base of PSB is going to be in utter shambles at this point. They're going to get triple inhibbed, and yeah, not looking very bright for them.
Green Hib's down. They're going to push for the end here. Baron minions available, and it's just too much damage, as Beta Fox will take game 3 here and bring us a series.
Yeah, we are going to 4, which is the cap. And we'll have that first game 5 ever. That being said, Beta Fox, they definitely did something that I don't think PSB fully prepared for, and found advantages, and they were able to win a game. Very well done by Beta Fox.
Yeah, definitely, and I mean, that is what might be the start here for Beta Fox. They find a massive win, and, a much better showing from, most of Beta Fox. When all is said and done, it's not just Shrimp that was a carry all game. In fact, Shrimp was actually the lesser of the 2 carries. Trickster completely took over this game on the Mordekaiser mid. Somebody ping Theacious if you haven't already. That is how a Mordekaiser mid lane game goes down. He completely takes over the game and is going to be taking PSB to 4, as you said, True.
Man, you're really gonna do Theacious like that, dude. He just won. He just won yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think like Tranquilizer's roams this game really were the big turning point for Beta Fox. He was able to just right place, right time, picks up a kill here and there, and gets to the point where like he's outwave clearing Lysandra. And if Lysandra can't roam and create picks to happen, Mordekaiser's going to do it instead and get a lot more done with it.
Yeah, 110%, but Beta Fox will see if they can take this game number 4, because I tell you what, if they do, there's a very good chance that they pull it all off here. We're going to have game number 4. Beta Fox are bringing us to it, and we're going to be bringing it to you guys here very soon. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Without you, I don't feel alive. So I'll just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I know that you're feeling forsaken, mistaken, wish you were another man. I remember feeling awakened, mistaken if you thought I'm in that place where you want me to be, but I don't want you back. So it's easy to see when I'm high all the time. 'Cause I have lost you, get the thinking why we used to be so high on life. Without you, I don't feel alive. So I just keep on being high, high, higher than the sky. Tell me, are you there for me even when I try? Keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. Without you, keep on being high. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Duo Esports Season 10 Gold Platinum Competitive Series Grand Finals as we are going to a fourth game here at Duo Esports between first seed Pawn Sacrifice Black, the mad favorites, now dropping a game to second seed Beta Fox. So we're about to get into our fourth game champion select, and just like last time, I'm joined by VillianinGlasses and Trutabagel.
I still can't see without my corrective lenses, that's true.
And yes, I am a bagel. But anyways, as you said it, Shuno, PSB, they dropped a game. We are here in game 4, now meeting the max number of games we have ever seen in a duo final. If Beta Fox can win again here, we'll go to the first ever game 5. We might actually get to hear Silver Scrapes for once. But
Yeah.
PSB, Seer finally gets a champion he really, really likes to have with the Scion. And yeah, like really interested to see how this is going to play out.
I definitely like to see the game 3, or like to see Beta Fox coming back in game 3 there with a strong performance, and you're gonna see a little bit less change in this one as Trickster actually gonna grab the Mordekaiser in this one, and for the most part they're actually in order and champs like this time. So good job, Beta Fox. We learned how to get in pick order in this case. You know, already showing a little bit better synergy in the top half of the map there, and we'll see if the bot lane can right the ship here, because I think that's the biggest question for Beta Fox is if bot lane can't do anything with this Caitlyn Morgana pick, I don't know what else you can pick them to try to not get behind in the bot lane here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Kate Morg, super duper straightforward. It's like definitely one of those bread and butter bot lane combos. I do think it's also worth pointing out, right? PSB was like, all right, doesn't matter if the Trickster went like 14-3 and something on the Mord last game. It was the Yuumi that was the real issue. And also, apparently, they are not quite in order.
Yes.
Bot lane is still mismatched. We were this close to greatness, guys. But
Not quite.
but that being said, yeah, like definitely a different case here for Beta Foxes. They won't have that Yumi to really enable their hard carries. Instead, they have Morgana, who can deny hard CC. Admittedly, there's like all forms of CC, but admittedly, there's actually not a whole ton of CC that PSB have drafted for themselves. A lot of slows here and there, but not much hard CC. Not right.
Mhm. Absolutely, and Sheer is really the only one packing, a lot of hard CC in his kit. The rest of his team just got, as you said, a couple of slows here and there for the most part. And when all's said and done, I mean, I have words for how Beta Fox have drafted. I don't dislike it though. I think this time they had, they chose blue side as they have essentially in all the games, and they had a very clear plan in mind that all of us got to see immediately. We saw Trickster on this Mordekaiser pickup completely take over the game. He's got it again. And the rest of his team also have some pretty strong lanes this time around, which they may or may not have had last time. You have Caitlyn Morgana, a massive bot lane staple, and we have Shrimp Tempora on Darius top lane.
Yeah, I mean, Shrimp playing, what, third champion? I think Sheer now on a fourth, right? Unique picks throughout, at least as far as this series is concerned. So definitely a bit of a story here in top lane between, Shrimp and Sheer, especially with Shrimp having like the better end of it. But now Sheer finally on a champion that I think everyone in Duo has seen him do creative and honestly outright
Redemption.
devilish things,
Yeah.
right?
Redemption.
I'm really interested to see how Zooey is gonna, get to play with this Akali, right? Zooey is a mid laner that has played pretty much for the entire season incredibly well, and yeah, Akali, not exactly something that a lot of people have fun playing against if that champion gets ahead. So really excited to see how Zooey can use it. But probably the biggest thing in my mind, as Villain pointed out, this bot lane for Beta Fox, man, like you guys gotta step it up. Like your team is like now Trickster is already starting to show that he can play well. If the bot lane for Beta Fox can just be even, then this is a legitimate chance that we get to see a game 5. If not, it's a much different story.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this has now become, now that Beta Fox have won the third game, this has become the next most, if not the most important game in this series, possibly beside that second game right there, right? PSB had the 2-0, but not able to close down to a 3-0, and PSB, just to give everyone a quick history lesson, is team in almost every single one of their, we'll just say 5 4 or 5, definitely one of those two numbers for GPCS Grand Finals that they have qualified for. They have 3-0'd in almost every single one of them. One of them they didn't. This is now the second, and we have never seen in our scene at the very least PSB go to 5 games, but they are not a Game 5 team. Off of our limited sample size, they've almost lost every game that they've went to Game 5, and that's just the nature of this team. They 3-0, they call it, quitted right then and there, and it's a 3-0 done, they get the chip. If that doesn't happen, if Beta Fox win this game, I have massive concerns for PSB.
Yeah, I agree as well. I mean, the momentum definitely in Beta Fox's favor here, but it's not to say PSV didn't have arguably the cleanest game of the series in game number 2 that we forget about. Really hard running that one, hard running it through, and I mean, it's very important for them to get back on track in game 4 here, or else, like you're saying, there's that pivotal game 5 in which all the momentum would be in favor of Beta Fox winning it all.
Yeah, and we'll see if Beta Fox can take us to that coveted Game 5 that we've never seen in Duo history, or if PSB can slam the doors in their faces, especially after, I'll be honest, like, losing a game that when we were loading into Game 3, we didn't think that they were going to lose, especially early on. Beta Fox, they once again got that Mordekaiser mid for themselves. Perhaps Trickster once again can find that, ideal game where you just get so much gold in your pocket and start taking things over. It really remains to be seen how this team functions without the Yumi. But yeah, we're loading up, and Shrimp does have the Ghost. Definitely indicative of the I will literally run you down and kill you.
Yeah.
It's the Darius. But anything else standing out to you guys? Skylancer has Airy.
It's an
Huh.
interesting one. But yeah, I just think in general, there's a lot of important things that, we have in this game right now, other than the fact that it's game form and Sheer has his Zion pickup. I think that's been banned all series, slipped through this game right here. And, Intershrimp and Pour on the Darius, how is that going to go? He finally gets, his Scion, which has been infamous this whole season long, essentially. IBSG and GP, the champion's seen so much presence, but into Darius, one of the most notorious, if not the most notorious top lane bully in the entire game. How's that gonna go? And obviously, as Villan was touching on, this bot lane has to perform for Beta Fox. You're playing Caitlyn Morgana, you're playing the biggest bot lane staple in the game, and you cannot lose this lane into Misfortune Karma.
Yeah, Caitlyn is very much a champion that needs to get ahead to be relevant in League of Legends. Getting behind on Caitlyn is basically a death sentence for the rest of the mid game, and it's definitely something that you have to see here from this bot side. And something to note, like you mentioned, the Airy in the bot lane from Skylancer, while uncommon, basically is just saying, I don't feel like Comet's going to land very often. While I don't agree with that, I think Comet is just the better option for, Misfortune. It is more of a flavor issue there. And the biggest thing, too, to note is that Akali opting for the Conquer over Electrocute, a definitely more extended trade variation of the Akali, who's trying to get these longer team fights out as opposed to these quick bursts where she can one-shot one person or two people in a fight. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye out on that one for certain in these mid games.
Yeah, I think it makes a great deal of sense for Zooey to have that Conquer, just to build off what you said. Because, like, if you take a look at the champions that Beta Fox have for themselves, like Darius, Trundle, Mordecai, those are not champions that are typically getting one shot. Yes, like Caitlyn and Morgana, like there is that degree of vulnerability there. But even then, I don't fault Zooey for going Conquer. It definitely makes a fair bit of sense in my mind. We are, starting out. Everyone's level 1 in their lanes, and is this the first time Sinning started bot side this series? I can't quite remember, but definitely been a bit.
The chance, definitely, as we hover down into the spawn lane. Dark Baron gonna land right there and say it ain't so. Caitlyn Morgana has pretty good range as PSB's bot lane try to get a little bit of poke in response.
And dang,
Zillion gonna land. Ooh.
That's a tilter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two in a row. Not gonna be free. No way in hell that happened, but still two in a row. And here is, of course, the level 2 right now. Gonna get another nice chunk of damage out with the Common and the Pilt over Peacemaker. And yeah, it's only 2.5 minutes into the game, but good aggression here from the Beta Fox bot lane.
Yeah, so you gotta see out of this Caitlyn Morgana lane. That's what I'm saying. You have to get ahead here, and especially when that Misfortune, a bit disrespectful with the tier here. I think you almost need to go longsword 3-pot. You need the sustain, and the extra potion might come to bite them.
I mean, yeah, it's certainly like the poke is really mounting up, right? Zillion has already chewed through both of his health potions in this bot lane. Definitely doesn't feel good. I'm still curious as to why Sky decided to opt for the summon Airy as opposed to the Comet, which is something a bit more common with the MF. I mean, yes, like Summon Airy will have a 100% hit rate when you attack an enemy champion, but it does much less damage than Comet does.
Yeah, definitely. As we hover into this top lane, Apprehend gonna cancel the Decimating Smash, and now Sheer's down to half HP because Darius is an extremely toxic champion.
When you said it yourself, Shuno, like, one of the, if not the most well-known lane bully in League of Legends. But, that being said, right, Sion is still a champion that's content to have things shoved into him as long as you can stay somewhat even on farm. Oh, God.
Both junglers around this mid lane at the moment as they are on opposite sides of each other, but neither really going to be able to pull the trigger as yet, as there's the claw coming down, and there's a bit of damage onto Zooey. He's trying to bait it right now, but Trickster's not going to fall for it.
And he definitely doesn't need to fall for it either. Oh, go ahead.
Yep. Not going to overplay on that one here, and something important about Akali here is the biggest thing about her playstyle is that her energy costs for her Q go massively down with levels. So early on has a lot of trouble clearing waves and a lot of trouble trading with that, 130, 120 mana costs or energy cost Q, and
Sending top.
cut me off in the top side
lane.
here.
Comes
Ghost pop for both
trying to get
sides.
this kill onto Shrimtempore. Shrimtempore has the ghost. Shrimtempore has a lot of movement speed, but is it going to be enough to get him out right now? There is the heal coming through out of the Q, and here comes his jungler. One last Q, and it comes down, and Sheer is going to secure the kill. And now the pillar is going to be doing work, and Sinning is going to be able to get out.
Here, absolutely clutch in that play. Sinning arguably misplayed a little bit. Missed his axe to pick up there and had to run a little bit further and wait for that cooldown, and almost ends up going down in the trade as Coral flashing in for the pillar. Not quite enough speed. Sheer getting the slowdown, saving his jungler's life on that one, and picking up first blood for the first time in this series in the top lane.
Yeah, really massive, not just for their gold, not just for what it means for your lane, but also for Sheer's own mental, right? He has been like, oh
my goodness, what was that?
Oh,
That's
no.
a flash from Morgana. That's not what you want to see.
Hey, that minion ain't going anywhere.
Dude, that minion's dead.
That minion is not moving, I'll tell you what.
Look,
this is just toxic.
Like that minion said something like mean, something fierce about his mom, all right? Zord was like, absolutely not. But anyway, yeah, like I'd imagine that Sheer is feeling great after finally getting access to that first blood gold. Since he's really been just getting shoved in, getting solo killed, not having a good time in this top lane. But the other thing that's also really important is that we've talked about Darius' status as a lane bully. And the thing is, if Darius can't lane bully, then Darius isn't doing his job.
Yeah.
And you're getting that early little bit of gold, potentially increases his survivability, but instead he opted for damage. That might not be the right idea, but he's definitely trading reasonably well.
Looking for an early hole breaker potentially in this one. Just going to try to go with the split pushing inting Scion strategy here. Sheer says, you know what? If I'm going to be inting this series, I'm going to be doing it productively as probably an early hole breaker build in this one. And that will also help him surviving with, Scion getting so much base health just from his passive on his W and things like that. Got to be careful here with the sixes though.
Here's the all-in coming in. Shrimp might be looking for it onto Sheer, but as you said, level 6 is Sheer also level 6, not going to be getting killed.
You have level 6s here. Zooey taking a lot of damage on the wrong side of this one. He's got to be very careful. Does he fancy his chances?
Going to be close. He will be able to get out, though.
Look, I'm just saying, like, I've watched Sheer play many a solo queue game at this point. Yes, it could be Hullbreaker. Yes, it probably is Hullbreaker, but, in everyone's hearts and minds, you want to see that that lethality. You want to... Yeah.
Prowler's Claw.
Yeah, get that Prowler's Claw in, go into the death passive, dash onto you.
Bonk.
He's smacking Shrimp right now. Shrimp, you can't be eating those knockups.
I mean, that pickaxe is doing work, and you got another one right there onto Shrimp. And as you said, if Darius doesn't do his job, we're in hot water if we're Beta Fox, but here's the ulti on for the Mordekaiser. There's the kill on his Sin, and Sin's gonna drop, and now Zooey is in trouble as well. He's gonna get the perfect execution out and shut Trickster down from going for any more kills.
I gotta question Sinning a bit on that play there. I mean, you're level 5 running into the Mordekaiser. You know he's gonna ult you. You know he's probably gonna take you down, and even in that case, I mean, you could try to kite out a bit. He doesn't even try to go for the axe reset. I understand that, the passive and Olaf is very valuable for damage, but it makes me wonder, like, is that axe actually valuable at all in that trading? The extra little bit of damage that you could have gotten across, and in the end ends up being a 1-for-1, and you probably like your favorable trade there with Akali getting a lot of lane priority. But we've seen this before. Mordekaiser getting some early kills and then snowballs the game away with his roams. So gotta be a little careful on that one and put a little asterisk on that play.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just really well timed on Trickster's part to find the Olaf while, there is no Ragnarok available. You can't get out of the Death Realm. So nice for Trickster to find that opportunity for himself, and as you said, get that gold in the pocket, potentially look to snowball again. The detriment, so to speak, right, is Zooey gets the return kill. Still 30 CS down. Doesn't feel good to be Akali at the moment. Oh, dang.
As we head back up to this top lane, Shrimp's feeling himself, but here comes Sinning of all people.
It's all on a pin.
Completely bone Shrimp, and Sheer's gonna get his second kill onto him.
Yeah, Trickster's here at top,
again. I've seen this one before. Right place, right time. Huge wave in the top side, but does not seem like Trickster's gonna be able to find anything on this one.
Doesn't have the Realm of Death available either, so he can just definitely bully and smack around.
Oh, red right now. Sheer's gonna get shut down. He stands right there, and that's gonna be the kill coming down. Now the ball does enforce the to blow the flash as Trickster gets the easiest shutdown of his life, and it might just be 2 right now on the setting. And there's Mordekaiser, and he's gonna survive as well.
And just huge misplay there from PSB. I mean, Sheer just forgetting about his W key's existence on that one, and it's gonna cost him his life. And sure enough, sitting as well, just is like, you know what? I don't need armor and MR. I'm just gonna die instead. As now Zooey gonna try to fight one back, flash away, perfect execution.
But there's a tower right there, and there's an Ismo as well. It's gonna be the kill coming down, and Cozy secures it.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't on that one. Who do you want to give the kill over to, the Darius or the Caitlyn? And
honestly, the Caitlyn might be worse.
Yeah, I gotta go with the green on that one. Oh, Sheer's gonna find him in the bush here, though. 2 levels down, get the damage.
Return kill right now. There is the death realm coming down, and now Sheer's the one that's in trouble coming down, and he's gonna be getting ult, and the flash gonna add insult to injury, and Trickster gets his 4th kill.
The ulti from Mordekaiser canceled the Q channel from Sion?
Boy.
I didn't know that was a thing.
Oh god.
I don't know if it was a timing or if it was like a charge window thing. I couldn't really tell. I had to watch it back on replay, but like missing that Q damage was so vital for Sheer there, and just it goes from bad to worse here in the top side as again 1 kill for Trickster. Now he's suddenly got 4.
I mean, the only thing that I can assume here is that because of the way Sion charges his Q, it's an effect on the map, and then the damage is there. But because when Mordekaiser ults you, he sends you to the map under the map, there's no Sion like
we can all agree that's bullshit, right? We can all agree that's kind of bullshit.
Like, no, 100% it is, but that's probably what the interaction is there. And it also looks like Shrimp and Trickster have opted for a bit of a lane swap at the moment, and god, it does not feel good to be PSB at the moment.
It feels good to be Zooey though. You know, 2-1 on the Sakali. Interestingly enough, is going for a bit of an interesting item choice here. You usually see Proto Belts on a Kali built more often now for the raw penetration, but is going for that Rift Maker and, you know, a little bit more Vamp in this team fight. So we'll see if that ends up being a good choice or not later on, as bot lane kind of neutralizing a bit here. Caitlyn finishing that Gale Force is going to have a lot of damage as the laners swap back now finally. As it's going to be interesting to see who wins this top lane matchup now, as both sides kind of running it lately.
Yeah, Sheer just says I'm out. I ain't about that. Sheer's going to get up. There's the flash from Zooey. This time it's going to get the no, it doesn't get the stun. And Skylancer will be able to barely get up for now. But here comes the flash pillar coming down onto Daddy Zillion. And now they turn their focus. Zillion to Goner. And Cozy AJ gets another kill with an ace in the hole.
Yeah, finally the bot lane. Oh yeah, like finally the bot lane from Beta Fox. They're finally finding an advantage for themselves. Granted, it's kind of off of like, you know, their teammates doing a lot of the work for them, right? Cozy AJ's first kill was that ace in the hole onto Zooey. That would have gone over to Trickster either way. But this time, you know, Coral comes down, helps Cozy AJ secure that kill, and yeah, Beta Fox, they are out here at a 2K gold lead. Shrimp though.
Shrimp is definitely in trouble once again right now. Gonna be able to ghost it out though and get himself out of trouble.
Axe exiting stage right there on that one, as not even close. And I mean, overthrowing the axe is one thing, but completely whiffing it and overthrowing it basically means that gank is null and void. I mean, if he puts that axe right in front of Darius, picks it up, chases him down a bit, maybe it's a little bit closer, but in the end, I mean, Shrimp trades ghosts and gets away with murder there again.
Yeah, absolutely. And just like the previous game, PSB, they've gotten those first 2 drags for themselves. It's a Cloud Soul this time around. I will say, though, everything being considered, Cloud ain't too bad for the side of, like, I will definitely say here, for the side of Beta Fox, right? Like Mordekaiser, oh man.
Got a bit of an all-in
damage here.
A lot of damage, and as you said earlier, Zooey is definitely the one that's feeling the best on PSB.
Yeah, but even still, 40 CS down. His laner's got 2 more kills than him that aren't even his fault.
Yeah.
And feels a little bad here. He's got a lot.
He's going in.
Oh, he's gonna go in for the play. Can he find his kill on Trickster? No, he cannot. He feeds another one over to Mordekaiser.
And maybe a bit of the tilt kicking in there on that one forces a play he absolutely doesn't have to. And I mean, he's the one who's perfectly executed on the end of that play here, as Pink's coming down to the Mordekaiser, burning the ulti, burning the ignite, but unfortunately Zooey was the one burning down in that play. As well, off on the bot side here, misses another axe though.
Misses another axe, and I might have just let Zooey get out. Right now, gonna get popped instead, and Beta Fox's bot lane just got away with murder.
I mean, This Olaf pick, it was looking so well earlier on, but now can't seem to find anything
dear.
landing, and now Zillion in danger here.
TP
Great
behind.
ulti from
It's an amazing ulti by Skylancer! Completely splits up the team, and now Beta Fox are the ones that are in big trouble, and PSP turn the switch on off of a fantastic bullet time from Sky!
Wow.
You know, for as much as, like, you know, we've talked about how the bot lane for Beta Fox has not been panning out for them through the entire series, this isn't really their fault. They thought they had the opportunity, they thought they could force, and Zooey just sees the moment where he can get that TP off. They get all the kills.
Definitely, and they're gonna go into Mordekaiser right now. Mordekaiser is gonna be getting the town. He might just get a kill on his way out right now. There's the first one coming down onto Olaf. Now Zooey, can he get this kill onto Trickster right now? No, he cannot. Trickster hits him with the thumbs up and he's out.
He's just so tanky.
Yeah,
oh,
well,
my God.
this is Trickster with a fully stacked Dark Seal right now. Like, it is
Fancy
so
hack.
hard
Hack.
to kill this Mordekaiser. And as you said, Villain, like, go ahead, go for it, honestly.
Give me the fancy hack, give me the fancy book. Show it to me, show me the damage.
I mean, if you think about it, Magi Soul Stealer makes a whole ton of sense thematically for Mordekaiser because he does steal a piece of your soul.
10 stacks, the item's one of the most efficient items in the game and gives you so much value in just raw stats. If you can get
it's
to
like
that
10%
stacking
movement speed and like what, 40 AP immediately?
Ooh.
Oh, that could have been close.
Oh, Sheer.
And Sheer
Oh,
might
wow,
be
he just-
feeling
he
himself
just
right
kind
of
now.
doesn't care.
Another trap to add insult to injury, and now he's down half HP. As There is feeling himself not gonna get collapsed. We head into this bottom. They're trying to screw with Shrimp right now, but Shrimp might be
a lot of damage.
in just a second. There's the bullet time coming down. Not gonna get the kill though, as we head back into the top lane. Sheer now forced to blow the flash from the Beta Fox bot lane.
I Sheer managed to take 4 traps and still is barely above a quarter HP. Like, with just a hull breaker. That item is so strong. Now Sky.
Now Sky might be the one that's gonna be getting caught up, but here comes the rest of his team, and now Coral's in trouble. Coral now getting run down by PSP. He's gonna try and run this one out. It's gonna be close though, not gonna get the kill, and Coral gets taken out by Sinning. So we head back into this top lane. Sheer has found himself in a very difficult position,
How did he get there?
He's gonna be getting killed.
That's
my question.
How did he go under his own turret recalling to
We're not
behind
even
enemy
done just
lines?
yet. Now we got Mordekaiser looking for a kill right now. He's gonna be ulting the kill right there. And it looks like it's gonna happen. The flash, that's not it. Skylancer goes down.
EDC 2022, everybody. He ate one Mordekaiser Q and lost more than half of his HP.
There is not a thing in the world that Skylancer could have done at that point. Like, the moment he gets ulted, he just can't get out. Like, he has no QSS.
But yeah, QSS, baby.
To answer your question about, like, what was Sheer doing over there, he decided to ult down top lane. I think he believed that Cozy and Zerud had left and was like, oh, I can just shove top lane. I'm just going to ult, gonna clear the minion wave out, and maybe I can get an inner turret. And then Beta Fox's bot lane, they're like, dude, we're still here. And they're able to get the kill onto him. The other thing, though, oh, wait.
Oh, Mordekaiser might have just found a kill on a Sinning right now, and Trickster is such a menace on this pickup, not going to kill Sinning.
Nobody's getting collapsed on now.
Now he is going to collapse, but the entire team of Pawn Sacrifice Black is piling down on his ass, and they are 110% going to kill him. The shutdown going over to Sky.
That gold gets so much value on the Sky, too. Carry that desperately needs the gold in this game. That'll basically complete his Mermana for him as, oh no, I rewinded a bit. Now I'm stuck in the Death Realm permanently.
Oh no. Well, you just activated the special filter, that's all.
I did, indeed. As, PSB going to go right for this Rift Herald, it looks like here, and certainly has the advantage in the party here. No TP on a Tranquilizer, but they got to be relatively quick about this. Skylancer has the ult available, though, and can set up for a beautiful bullet time if they're not careful.
Yeah, Beta Fox definitely clubbed at the moment. We'll see how they play this when they really want to try and get this Herald away from PSB. There's the Dark Binding landing onto Zooey, and there's the Bullet Time coming through, and he split the team. He's going to force Trundle in the harbor position, but he still steals the Herald. A massive steal from Corvo. Cozy AG is going to get blown. Here comes Shrimp Support, though. It's going to pop over the terrace. There's the first kill coming down. The second is going to get secured as one. Now they're looking for more onto Dally Zillion. Dally Zillion looks like he's gone out, but the rest of his team dead end.
They lose the Rift Herald, they lose the team fight 2-for-1. Shrimp gonna take a turret in solace here as doing his best to just kind of get what he can across the map here on this Hullbreaker Scion, but it's again just 1,000 gold, but I mean it feels like Beta Fox just has full control of this one.
I mean, the other thing is, like, pretty critically, right? Sky had not backed after getting that shutdown on Shrimp. So even though, like, all that gold goes into the MF pocket,
it looks like Trickster's found Sheer right now. Not even going to be able to ult out. Ult into the wall, and Trickster gets his 8th kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's just looking pretty difficult for PSB to be fighting. They're not super far down, just about 2k here at 20 minutes. But, like, the thing is, even though Skylancer had gotten that shutdown, he wasn't able to cash that gold in. He wasn't able to just get that Muramana, because if he did have it available, that bullet time would have shred through Coral much harder. But it wasn't there. Coral just is able to casually walk up, get the smite off, steal the objective away. And Shrimp also just grabbed it after he walked up, right? And like there was nothing to frontline. Zooey did get an assassination, but
definitely.
not much
We're
going
gonna
on.
throw everything in the kitchen sink once again and try and kill this Mordekaiser. We'll see if they're successful or not. Here is the Zhonya's coming down, and looks like Trickster's going to be going down in just a second. Flash to get the kill. He will get it onto Zooey, and another pop-up is almost happened all over again. Sin will barely avoid getting a triple kill, but Mordekaiser still gets 2 in that situation.
Yeah, that's a filter.
Oh my goodness, that could have been close.
Yeah, nearly outplayed there on that one, but had the Gale Force, had the net over the wall here, and I mean, it's just a 2-for-1 again in the favor of this Mordekaiser, who's just absolutely taking over this one, going more for the full AP build this time, has the Zonius completed now, and it's just going to be so hard to take down Trickster with the comp PSB has, who has to get up and close, which is exactly where Mordekaiser wants you to be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, granted, yes, PSB, like, at least with Sinning, right? He has Ragnarok available. He doesn't have to get CC'd by the Death Run, but everyone else, they're still biting into that similar problem. And as you mentioned, Villain, they are like a relatively up close and personal comp, maybe with the exception of Skylancer and Daddy Zillion. But everyone else, like, Trickster will be more than happy to ult you because you guys have to walk up to him, especially because this composition doesn't have a lot of hard CC. It's something we talked about in Champion Select. Like, you need to burst Mordekaiser, but if you're not doing that, he's just going to start winning.
Yeah, and 10 kills so far on Trickster. You have to feel it's going to be even more by the end of this game. He is such a problem that PSP just don't have an answer to.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, Daddy Zillion's going to get hit by the Apprehend as well, and Zillion might just be a goner. Has to flash out.
Yeah, he's trying to zone off Trickster here from the rest of his team as they get their 8th turret of the game. Now, notably, this objective control from PSB and how they're playing the map is what's keeping them in this one. Only 2,000 gold is the difference still, despite the kill lead, despite what feels like complete Beta Fox favors. Now, Morgana maybe caught out a little bit here. Axe not going to land. Dragon going down, but I mean, PSB, again, will go hit that top turret. They'll get some vision on Baron, and they're just trying to get whatever they can on this map right now.
Yeah, definitely. A little scrambled in doing so, but they are going to be able to get some towers in response right now as Zooey is free hitting on it. Only one at defense here is Zird, who will at the very least force him off for now.
Oh, back gets stopped, and
that's just rude.
Zooey's in the difficult
here comes
spot
Trickster
to be in,
behind.
though.
Yeah,
This is the Shuriken flip.
He has to be able to get this kill right now, or else he's going to be going down for sure, and he's not going to be getting the kill. Now Zooey's going to be dropping. Mordekaiser gets it as we now head into the spotlight. Sheer getting completely cocked by the Trundle Pillar, not going to get out, and that's another kill for Beta Fox.
Oh, and Ariel's going to get as
Daddy's still in.
Oh, it's just a downward star for PSB, kill after kill, one after one, or PSB getting dropped by Beta Fox, and now it's going to be Sim that's next on the hit list from Beta Fox. There's the kill, Coral gets it, and this game is spiraling out of control.
Yeah, I mean,
it looks like a bunch of ducks crossing the street just one at a time for PSB here going down, and it's just going from bad to worse as Baron's gonna fall too.
I mean, PSB, they were utterly split apart and miscoordinated. Like first, Zooey getting his back stopped, then the collapse goes onto the Akali, then down bot. Man, that looked tilting. Coral just being like, Pillar, doesn't matter, bye-bye, no Scion ult for you. And the rest of it just going to hell as well. And now PSB definitively at a disadvantage here in game 4 after being up 2-0.
Yeah.
Oh dear, it is not looking right for Pawn Sacrifice Black.
We might get it, boys. It might happen.
We'll see. Very good games, 3 and 4 here from the side of Beta Fox. Now just have to close this one out. 5,000 gold lead, a really fed carry in the form of this Mordekaiser that, you almost thought would certainly have been banned last game, but PSP said, oh, they won't pick it in the first phase. B1. We'll have to see what gets changed in the next game here as, just been such a good pick for the side of Beta Fox here as Sheer is on a nice gallivant to the enemy bases.
Oh no!
Yeah, Sheer was scared of something right now, but now he's got 2 members of Beta Fox that he definitely has to be scared of, and he's got no way out. A kill's gonna be gifted over to Cozy.
There's a 3rd kill Cozy AJ has been handed on a silver platter with an ulti this game.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so difficult for PSB to find anything proactive at this point. Like, yes, Sheer is pushing side lanes pretty consistently, but as Villain pointed out earlier, the side lanes, the towers that they were getting, that's what was keeping them in the game. It wasn't giving them any sort of like genuine advantage. And really, if you think about the combat power that Pawn Sacrifice Black has available, yes, MF Bullet Time is a massive team fight ability, but there's just nothing they can really do to play around it, because Sky, he needs to be in a position where it's safe to bullet time, because there's a Trundle on the enemy team. If he throws out his ultimate willy-nilly, then Trundle can just say pillar, and then you've lost the team fight for sure.
Yeah, and I think pivotally too, like, how do you actually get in to kill this Mordekaiser? Like, who's going to do the damage?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone can at this point.
Like, and it's just so hard. To his credit, he is basically full AP. He has some magic resist now in that build, but it has to be a massive bullet time that kind of comes through to win this game. And now Zooey out of position here, getting caught.
Yeah, they're gonna catch Zooey and they're gonna kill him as well. The kill's gonna come through. Cozy AG gets it with the build over Peacemaker. They found Zooey and they're about to find the top tower as well. Now in this bottom lane, it might just be a mess. As Mordekaiser not gonna go for the Olin on Sheer, but Beta Fox found Zooey. They found top tower, and they might just be finding even more.
I don't know.
Yeah,
PSB just not looking good here. They're trying to go for these cheese plays and stuff, but Beta Fox just says, let me face check that with my abilities instead of my face. And really enough, Zooey gets found out, doesn't flash out, doesn't sure he can flip out in time, and eats 1 CC and he goes down. That's just as simple as it is with those assassin picks. And it's just going from, it's just not looking good for PSB in this game 4 here.
No, it definitely isn't. And this rate, you have to be very worried if you are Pawn Sacrifice, because you're going to game 5.
Yeah, I think the other thing that's really worth highlighting here, in terms of how difficult it is for Pawn Sacrifice Black to get anything, is look at how unkillable every single member of Beta Fox is, right? Shrimp went Sunderer into full tank. Coral, Sunderer, Sunderer Titanic, and now is getting tanky. Obviously, this Mordekaiser is stupid difficult to kill, and
they're gonna
now
try.
they're gonna try to commit.
Yeah, they're gonna try and commit on a Trickster once again. Trickster's got a lot of damage, and they're gonna send the whole team to kill his ass once again. And Trickster's still doing good damage.
Oh,
might
my
be able to
lord.
get a kill in this situation, but they
bullet
both
time.
nailed him down. There's the Zanya's coming through. The bullet time of the wall is going to take out the Mordekaiser. The raid boss is down for Pawn Sacrifice, and that might be their time to shine. But here comes Shrimp to board the down. Here's the
Zooey.
Aces the whole Guarantees the kill to come down. But now Zooey, can he have his moment? The pop off. There's the double kill for Emma. And now looking on to Coral. Coral might be in trouble as well. It's looking like it's gonna be a triple coming down. Cozy's still up. Coral will flash away. And it looks like he managed to get away, but there's the Bale Force coming from Cozy, and Cozy gets a kill.
Oh man, and it took an entire farm to take down the Mordekaiser. They finally do it. They win a 3-for-2 team fight, but that could have been a clean ace from PSB, and I think anything less isn't enough still. They burned so much just to get that one pick, and I had to go so perfectly. He had to ult the Olaf, who was able to get rid of the Death Realm, and everything had to go right for PSB just to make that one fight work, and I don't know if they can keep finding that magic fight after fight.
You could almost see this, the apprehension from Skylancer, but who realized, okay, I have to burn bullet time here. I have to kill this Mordekaiser. But then he immediately had to run for the hills because Shrimp was like, whoa, what do you think you're doing there, pal? And, it just, It's so difficult for PSB to get anything done. Yes, so we've had a double kill. Oh, Sheer.
Yeah, Sheer has to blow his flash to get out, and I was gonna say it earlier, but PSB's only answer to kill this Mordekaiser, the only answer they have is send 5 people to kill him. And while it did work that time, it's still not a very good answer. There's a
That's a lot of damage.
Skylancer Zeroed almost got killed, but will not fall.
Skylancer a little bit panicked there, ended up juking out of a binding that wasn't going to hit, as it turned out, but, you know, gets the good damage across, and, I mean, now they're going to try their best.
Channel.
There's the Deathroom coming down, and now Sheer's going to be getting focused down. Sheer is out of the picture immediately for PSB. He's going to be getting taken out. Zombie mode is going to get him taken out. Now Skylancer is going to get killed finally in the Death Realm. He gets gunned down in the streets by Trickster, and Beta Fox are feeling for a Baron Asher.
That Death Realm just lasts for so damn long, 7 whole seconds. I mean, he flashed over the wall. He did everything he could, but he just couldn't escape from the Death Realm, and it was inevitable after all, as so is this Baron going down for the side of Beta Fox, and most certainly game number 4.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is now a 10k gold lead for the side of Beta Fox. Like, yes, looks like PSB, they're going to try to shove the tower, like, shove the lane out. They definitely might commit for the tower. Yeah, they will. Yeah. They should be able to get it. But they can't bite off any more than that.
No.
Yeah.
Looks like they are
Virtue Shurelius. Yeah. But this is a profoundly difficult game for PSB to play. There is one thing that they can do, and it's called bullet time. Sheer has pretty much utterly abandoned hoping to split push because he can't. He needs to be there for his team. He needs to have unstoppable onslaught just as that little bit of hard CC, and he needs to be a front line. But without it, there's nothing that PSB can hope to get done. And even then, if you only have one way to hope to win, you know, Beta Fox can plan around that.
Certainly, that's what they've done all games. They played around that, and they built around it too. They said, you know what, you only have one real AD threat. The Olaf, not something we consider threatening at all, as we've seen in some of these fights as well. As Sheer just kind of getting caught in a rock in a hard place, doesn't burn the ultimate.
Really rough place, not going to burn the ulti, but it's not going to matter. Sheer's going to go down. Shrimp picks him off with the apprehend. Sheer is gone once again, and so is Skylancer. Another dunk down from Shrimp.
Outplayed.
I mean, you know, there's no Skylancer, there's no wave clear. That ought to just be game 4 here. We're going to that game 5, the thing we've never seen here at Duo Esports.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the case. There's the Death Realm ulti onto Zooey. Zooey's trying to retreat to his tower. Is it going to matter when all's said and done, though? No, it isn't. Zooey about to fall in just a second. There's the kill. And that is going to be Zooey now falling. Pawn sacrifices. Base is falling in shambles right now. 3 members dead. 10-second death time is essentially on Sheer and Sky. But Beta Fox are now knocking on the Nexus towers. They're about to be knocking on the Nexus in just a second. They're going to go for Olaf right now and take out Sinning. And Sinning's going to be dead. The Nexus is gone. And for the first time in Duo Esports history, Beta Fox is going to be the team that gives us game number 5.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to give credit where it's due. The Mordekaiser pick has been so pivotal for the side of Beta Fox. I can't imagine we see it in a game 5 here as well. And I mean, they finally managed to get a pick in the bot lane that let them not fall behind early. And so once you don't have that bot deficit, the Mordekaiser gets ahead with just a couple picks early on and just absolutely ran away with that game. And you know, gotta call out Sheer here. I mean, he's got to be playing better. Getting caught in the side wave a lot that game ends up, you know, saving his ultimate for, I guess, the next game over. As a lot of those times, you know, it is the unstoppable onslaught. They cannot CC it. The only thing that can stop you is running into somebody else or running into a pillar. And more often than not, he was just holding it until after he was already dead. I mean, you can run through that Mordekaiser. You can run through a Morgana binding if you time it right, but just wasn't willing to commit the ulti to get away, and instead just gave over his life too many times.
Yeah, definitely. And Pawn Sacrifice Black now forced to go to game number 5. We got our first ever here at Duo Esports. And when all is said and done, we'll see what they can do. Backs up against the wall. They were 2-0. And now these last 2 games, they won 0-2. Beta Fox, we'll see if they can pull the reverse sweep off or not. Game number 5 coming up very soon.
Too many games, now all our chips are lost. Luck was not enough. I opened my eyes. Tonight I feel like waking to life. Tonight I feel like waking up. Tonight I feel like waking Now here we stand and hover on the edge. We're just a drop in time. I feel like gave you every breath I had. Even forgave your crimes. I opened my as the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we're radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, but now we're drowning.
like a ghost. You're gone all over again. And I don't wanna know where you went. I still see you in my mind and I'm scared as hell. Your memory still haunts me, only time will tell. And I know it was best just to end. And then I see you in the city, you look so fucking pretty. I got someone different with me, and I wish we ended differently. And that's when it hit me, that you don't miss me, that you don't miss me, no. Yeah, I reminded we can't find a will to say that you don't miss me, that you don't miss me. I still see you in my mind and I'm scared as hell. Your memory still haunts me, only time will tell. And I know it was best just to end. You call and you ask, babe, am I the only one in a lie? 'Cause I'm afraid, babe, I lie to you all the time. I can't help it. You love me right, but I love you wrong. Do you wrong all the time? And you know the truth.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Duo Esports Gold Platinum Competitive Series Grand Finals, as we are now in game number 5, the first ever in our league's long history. We've never went to game 5 before, and Beta Fox are the team bringing us to it as they take on Pawn Sacrifice Black for one last time. And just as always, I'm joined by VillianinGlasses and Trutabagel.
Yeah, we'll see if we can reverse sweep their way through this one. Beta Fox looking really good in games 3 and 4, and honestly are probably poised to be the favorites to take this game 5 right now.
I mean, absolutely. They do have the tempo, as you guys have pointed out. They brought us to game 5, 1, 3, and 4 in convincing fashion. But the pick that has really facilitated that journey to bring us here has been banned away. And they messed up.
Yes. With that said, there was a draft law, so no issues in terms of that. They're just gonna lock everything back in. Maybe a little nervous here if you are a Beta Fox. You are in game number 5. That is a big deal. And as you guys have been saying, they have the tempo. Pawn Sacrifice. I believe there's a third one that's escaping.
Wait, who messed up?
I believe it was Coral.
Yeah,
Ooh.
Coral thought that they were just going to get the next ban in. Forgot to pick correctly, but
I think I'm missing a third series, but I know for a fact both of the last 2 times the Pawn Sacrifice have went to a game 5 in other leagues. They played against Glaive, who are infamously known as one of the best amateur orgs around, and both game 5 games, one of which was a reverse sweep, fairly recent as well. Pawn Sacrifice ended up losing, and Glaive ended up winning. So now against Beta Fox, what do you guys think the result's going to be?
I mean,
I'd stick with my prediction. I said 3-2 PSB. I hope my boys can pull it through and earn us our first championship for a couple of us in there, and hoping for the best there.
yeah, I mean, like, I'm still a fan of PSB. Like, the thing is, like, Beta Fox, they've played really, really well when they've found the advantages on the right people. That Mordekaiser really brought them to game number 5. Like, it's not going to be here available for them this time around. So I'm interested to see what Trickster can do with the pick that they locked in for him. But, like, outside of that, I do feel like PSB, like, they have their work cut out for them. They've completely and utterly lost the tempo in this series, and like, to a certain degree, it really feels like they've been playing desperately, especially in that previous game. So hopefully they had the opportunity to mentally reset and they can come back into it. But Beta Fox, just because I might be a bit more of a fan of PSB, like they're playing fantastically. To their credit, they are doing a very very good job. But yeah, lore matchup in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. And big one, lower side, lore's cool and all, but this is Zooey's
What are you, a nerd?
Zooey's #1 champion here. He's got his Katarina. That was an R5 indeed. And I know we were saying it a bit beforehand, but not even a bad game for Katarina, as we're going to see the rest of the draft get rounded up here.
Yeah, I mean, there's a general lack in hard CC, things that can stop Death Lotus. Counter-Strike, for one. More Shackles are another. But really, outside of that, the only CC that will stop Death Lotus is Death.
Yeah.
This is a good opportunity for Zooey to have the Katarina. But what this also means, Zooey having this Katarina available this is like a statement game. If anything, this is like, I am going to fucking earn my championship with this pick, with this comfort pick. So I'm excited to see if Zooey can, really own that, especially after these previous 2 games.
We also see Shrimp back on the Jax in the top lane here this time against that Scion pick. And, Sheer struggled early in the first couple games against that very same pick. And we'll see if the Scion has a bit of a better time against it. It'll be his 3rd different champion against this matchup here. Well, on the bot side, we definitely flipped the tables. Now it's the Caitlyn in the hands of Skylancer, who's going to have all that priority in the bot lane, all of that, dominance in this lane state, pairing that with the Karma especially so, by far the 2 most dominant in their respective positions at gaining control of the lane, gaining priority, and poking down enemy targets. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have that Morgana again, who's able to, put spell shields on important targets like the Jax, like the Talon, and the Graves, who are going to be diving in these team fights. And also the Kai'Sa, who can kind of just sit back in this game and fire off Ws. No real threat to, hard dive, as long as she's positioning properly in these team fights. However, again, the biggest worry for Beta Fox has been kind of the case in every game is they have no front line. And they have shown that their split push comp does tend to struggle when they try to bring it together. The last 2 games have been better, but even in the Fiora game, they had moments where it looked like PSB was just going to run away with their team fighting dominance in the game. So we'll see if they can kind of pick that one up in this game 5.
Yeah, intensely difficult spot for PSB to find themselves in, at least from a mental perspective. I really, really hope for their sakes that, got to clear the slate. The previous 4 games have 0 bearing on how this one is going to play out, right? You got rid of the Mordekaiser. Shrimp Tempura in this series, although he has been a menace on it, is 0-3 or 0-2 on the Jax.
Yes.
Maybe you have some good juju going on for you, but it's just the best of 1. That's it. And play it as hard as you can.
Forehead. It's just the best of 1. And yes, the main goal for Pawn Sacrifice is it's just the best of 1.
Yes.
That is obviously the hard part as well, though.
This has also been a 4 blocks from beforehand.
They were so high up, 2-0 over the series. We're talking, yeah, man, PSB, it's going to be a 3-0. Sheer's going to get, his 3-peat finally. He's going to get his King of Duo role, blah, blah, blah. No, Shrimp Tempura. And most critically, even more so, Trickster says, no, good joke. We're going to game 5, and PSB off of 2 completely treacherous losses. Now in this game number 5, and we'll have to see how it plays out. Either way, this is the final game that Zooey is going to be playing, whether it's a win or a loss. It's the final game of GPCS this season, and it's been an epic season at that, so he's either going up in flames or going through the roof.
Yeah, and Zooey on that signature Katarina, it's what everyone kind of knows him for at this point in the leagues. He's played it so many times, and we'll see if he can honestly carry his own way through this one. I mean, we've seen him get advantage of it before, but at the same time, Talon here can also absolutely take over the game like he has in the past 2 games on the Mordekaiser. So I think it's definitely all eyes on this mid lane here in this pivotal game 5 with these 2 very volatile champions.
Yeah, I mean, it's a massively volatile spot for both of these teams to be in. PSB certainly has the work cut out for them. I guess the last thing that I have to say is I really want Sheer to just have a better game. Like he has not been having a great series,
No.
and even though I said you got to wipe the slate clean, it's just the best of one now. God, you can't really forget about those previous 4 games if you're Sheer.
5 games of blue for Beta Fox, 5 games of red for the side of PSB, but only one team gets to wear the crown of duo champions this season. Will it be a new team comer in Beta Fox, finding their stride, mixing up rosters, and eventually becoming one of our top 2 teams? Or will it be the perennial champions repeating once more in their first 5th game of Duo Esports Finals? And I'm excited to get this one going, guys.
I am too, man. I really think this game's gonna be a banger, and just even looking at champions, like we have some huge picks for these players. Sheer, as we've been saying, had a really rough series. Honestly, I would even go as far to say he hasn't looked that good in any of the games. Had an off series, and has to turn it back on for his team. Otherwise, PSB are gonna go up in flames here.
Yeah, and the teams just went out both to a standard 5 point, like nobody doing anything spicy, with everything riding on this game. I really feel like in these ultra high pressure situations for people, nobody wants to be the team that makes the first mistake. So you might see a pretty slow early game.
Yeah, I believe yeah.
I also think the exact opposite can happen with just the champions involved in this game. It could explode in an instant, especially in that mid lane. Zui, importantly enough, does actually carry the flash this game. Oftentimes you do see the Katarina go for more of a Ignite TP or Ignite Exhaust, kind of double combat sums or laning sums, and this time going a little bit more defensive with the flash, wants a little bit more access to those immediate plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And Trickster, on virtue of being Talon, able to get that early shove, the Rake does a fair bit of damage, able to push the wave out. And you also saw Zui. Oh, wait, action bot.
Nice
Ooh,
chunk of damage
cozy,
onto
Jay.
Cozy right there. So, PSB's bot lane, we were saying earlier that, yeah, we think it's going to be a slow and a passive game, but, Karma, Caitlyn, amazing poke lane.
Definitely going to have all the party in this bot lane, and that's for sure. The only issue you have here is that Caitlyn has no setup for her traps in the bot lane, so loses a lot of the kill pressure of the lane, more so than it is just kind of walking up and right-clicking. So we'll see how they can execute around that. I would like to see some tricky traps placed around here, around that turret, where Kais is going to like to hide from the poke from the Karma here, and so we see a binding land and a little bit of trade going back across. Now, first gank in the mid lane.
Action in the mid lane onto Talon. Talon's completely screwed. That's first blood for Sinning.
And Sinning strikes first. For the first time in this series, Sinning goes mid early on, has a very, very excellent flash to pick off the Talon there and earn first blood for himself. Huge play out of Sinning in Game 5.
Absolutely massive to get that gold onto a Viego, who really desperately wants that gold, wants the items to start controlling the pace of the game, hit level 6 as fast as possible. But the other thing, great to get the assist gold onto Zui. He's able to shove the lane down, and they are going to generate a decent advantage off of that. Feels great for PSB to get that super early advantage after all this time. Ooh,
coming through
yeah,
here,
absolutely.
good net.
Now, really good movement coming out of Skyland, so he's going to be able to dodge it out, get some nice damage on his way out as well.
And that is something that fleet footwork allows you to do on the Caitlyn. You get a little bit extra move speed, lets you navigate a little bit around some of those skill shots. Maybe they went wide for the skill part of the shots, but in the end, it is Skylancer 1v2 getting a really nice trade on bot side. And you're already seeing Kaisa, no potions left, no mana left, crucially, and wave clearing becomes very hard early on these 80 carries.
Yeah, absolutely. And you already pointed out. Oh wait, Fear.
We have a trade in this top lane. There's a massive amount of damage. Shrooms gets down with the counter strike. Takes Sheer down super low again. And Sheer not even going to get the pop damage on his way out.
Yeah,
he did.
Sheer.
Yeah, he did start up that Soul Furnace shield after Shrimp had already gotten his full damage combo off. Sheer once again not having a super fun time in this top lane, but hey, that's to be expected. with this Jax Scion matchup, Jax can just, have an easier time of things as long as he dodges away from that decimating smash. But, okay.
So we're talking about the bot side there. Those traps around the tower really negate where you can walk as Kai'Sa. And sometimes you just, you brain lag a little bit. You've been playing 4 games of League in a row with high pressure scenarios, and you easily lose track of some of those traps in our tower. And here's what we'd like to see. Playing forward, getting the poke off, big damage on the Morgana there. Just got to be a little careful with finding down mid lane.
Yeah, definitely have something in the mid lane between the two of them. Katarina versus Talon. And so far, so good. Looks like Zui got the better chunk of damage out.
Remember, no Ignite on Zui here, though, but Talon still has his from that earlier play, and Zui still no recall after that first blood as well, so Talon up a longsword, gotta be careful if you're Zui, and bot lane, early recall here, very huge for the farm.
Yeah, definitely, and something we didn't talk about too much is the bot lane here for Beta Fox, right? Obviously, performance-wise, they have to do well, and we've been stressing that over the whole series, but in this game specifically, last game, Caitlyn Morg, massive staple. All right, awesome. This time, Kai'Sa Morgana, not nearly as synergistic as a lane.
Yeah, but unfortunately, PSB taking a really bad recall timer here. I would have liked to have seen them recall on the previous wave when, the lanes would have been even, maybe pushing towards you here. Luckily, Beta Fox not wise enough to freeze this one on you, and you kind of get away with a free recall here. But,
Sheer.
Yeah, you do lose out a little bit here.
A lot of damage onto Sheer.
Both. Only the ult of Jax proc there, very important. Not the longest cooldown this early, but does give Sheer a little bit of solace that he won't be dove anytime soon with that on cooldown, as the late recall from PSB not going to get punished here. Dragon's still available here. However, looks like Beta Fox doesn't intend on giving over the first 2 dragons this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's something that's consistently happened in every single game of this series. Win or loss for PSB, they were always the ones who opened up the dragon stacking as a potential win condition. It's going to be a Hextech Drake first, so, we're not going to see that one for this final game. But at the moment, it's really looking like PSB, they're owning this section of the river. They're going to start it up potentially. They're all hovered around here.
Now.
I don't think they
want to get that early soul.
And Skylance is completely split from them. This could be pretty precarious, especially with Trickster hovering around.
This could
A lot of level 5.
Wait,
I think it's there.
I think got burned.
Here comes Sky, and Pawn Sacrifice will secure it.
Yeah, no real way to get in on this one. Like we said, it's one of the biggest problems with Beta Fox's comp is they have no real engage. They kind of can throw up bindings and maybe get like a flank from Jax, but there's no real consistent engage other than Morgana kind of just throwing herself at the enemy and hoping for the best. And losing half your health there, as you can already see, is kind of a bit rough. But Skylancer not exactly making it out full HP on that trade either.
Yeah, although 2 Skylancers benefit, still has 2 potions. Also Fleet Footwork to help keep him sustained. Sheer gonna get stunned here though.
Yeah, a little bit.
Gonna get stunned. Shrimp dodged out on the decimating smash as well. She gets a little bit of chunk damage on his way out though.
Yeah, range creeps do still hurt early on. I don't think Shrimp is too worried. He still has those 2 biscuits.
Good trade.
Oh yeah.
Here comes Sinning in the mid lane though, but that's a lot of damage coming out from Town, and that's enough damage to take out Zui. There's the kill for Trickster. Now Sinning is gonna try and back though. A fantastic flash from Talon though will get him out as we hover into the top lane. Sheer's getting thrown on Shrimp once again. One more is gonna get the kill. Not going to happen. And Trickster's still in a rough spot. Gonna parkour over the wall again, but Sinning, it looks like Daddy is on as well on pursuit right now. We'll see if he can get it. Zui's also up on respawn. He's going to go for the reset. Cancels it right afterwards, though, and going to go for the execute, and it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Yep.
You can see execute gets a solo kill onto Zui here. Just the raw burst from Talon coming through there, but critically on the bot side kill. Going over to Skylancer. Really big for this bot lane to get these early advantages, and you can already see that turret place down to 2 in the bot lane here without a Rift Herald intervention.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely taking a quick check at that gold. Sky is the richest person on the map, richest person on his team. Sinning very close behind as he's starting to clear out his jungle once more. But that's massive. That's so much gold in Caitlyn's pocket. And Caitlyn is an AD carry that can really take control of the game very early on. Yeah, like obviously there is that classic, mid-game dip associated with the champion. But hey, if you can just control the early game, like keep Kai'Sa down, as a Caitlyn, it's so hard to walk up into you.
Yeah, first kill in the bot lane is huge. First turret even bigger, and we'll see if they can get that advantage, because the thing about Caitlyn that she likes to do, she likes to break that first turret 10, 12 minutes into the game, because then she can go up top lane.
Oh, we
Well, now you have a
got
Caitlyn. Hold on the mid lane.
Goes for the ulti, not going to be able to get enough damage down onto Trickster, though.
Here
Here comes Morgana, here comes Coral as well.
Oh,
There's the flash
no.
coming down, and they're going to be able to kill Zooey.
Yeah, Zoe doesn't really commit the flash there, doesn't quite read the situation quickly enough, and a good flash burn from Morgana to secure the kill on Zoe. And that's where you kind of wonder, is that kind of the tilt setting in? But the sacrifices are giving for this play. More damage on that turret bot side, a fourth turret play going over to Skylancer here, and as long as they get out here, it's very worth it. Zinning now just gonna try going, misses the kill!
Oh,
Not
no.
gonna find it, but here comes this bot lane. Coral wrapped around the corner right now, but Daddy's and Skylancer are going to get out anyways.
Caitlyn does a lot of damage with those items, and you gotta be very careful. You gotta remember, those headshots can crit, and if they crit, they're going to hurt. As Coral found out in that case there, but in the end, it's 2 for 2 now. PSB still securing that 1,000 gold lead, and it's a herald for a dragon in objective so far. But I feel like this bot lane turret is not long for this world here, and they're gonna need some help on the bot side here, where Talon might get involved.
Yeah.
I mean, you can still see Coral hovering around this bottom lane. They want to right the ship. They want to like compensate for the deficit that the bot lane has fallen down to. But
The
wait,
Dark
he's
Bottom
fighting.
goes
Oh,
right there.
no.
There's the immediate killer instinct coming down. Now Skylancer in a ton of trouble.
Oh, but the
90
counter.
caliber nets, and it looks like he is gonna get out.
Yeah, Sky just gets caught by that binding there. Made it really scary. He has to burn both summoners just to live, but I mean, he's getting close to being able to turn those situations around. I mean, he is less than, well, he's a recall away from having his mythic done, and that Gale Force offers so much more mobility, so much more threat to these champions in the bot lane, and now, one turret plate left, most certainly going to be going down after this recall. And we'll see what the answer is from the side of Beta Fox. I mean, second dragon coming up. You want to definitely pressure for that. You have Jax already on his recall, with TP soon to be available for this one. And Talon, a massive threat for this fight, almost eclipse stun.
Yeah, I mean, like right now, overall for PSB and Beta Fox, PSB seems to have the better, or not even seems to. They definitely have the better end of things there in this bottom lane, as Villain has pointed out. 4 turret plates into Skylancer and Daddy Zillion's pockets, but elsewhere on the map, not quite the same. Granted, Sinning is out farming the hell out of Coral right now, right? Almost like roughly a 20 CS lead, was close to 30 just a little bit ago. So yeah, there are things that are working well for PSB, but on the other end of it, like solo lanes have not been going as well for them. And Steer just TP'd top.
This could be bad. Sheer TPing top, has to stay on top of this Jax, who's going to recall right away. He
Oh
might
no,
look
the
for a play
binding
here on the bot side. Binding doesn't actually offer much here.
Okay, wait, no, there's no killer
Damage
instinct.
from Caitlyn coming through.
Yeah.
As Kai'Sa it down to about 25%. Can't really do much there.
I was like, he's gonna go. It's gonna happen.
He's going in. That would be suicide with those items.
Fair enough. As you said before, Villain, Skylancer does have the Gale Force available. Now, Riftchild getting popped up. It's a
Talon
little
on the
bit
top
early.
side here. They might look for something.
They might definitely look for something, but PS members are coming up
getting
here
followed.
if it comes to it right now. See if Beta Fox can pounce on this play and burst Sheer down first. They're going to target Sheer down. There's the ulti coming down, and Sheer is going to drop.
Getting low.
Oh no, bot lane's line too.
Go into the bot lane. There's the flash coming down, and Coral's going to make the play happen.
What happened?
Blow up Sky, and now looking for the kill onto Daddy's Zone. Looks like it might just get secured in just a second. No, Zillion will survive, but still another kill for Beta Fox.
And you gotta wonder what the heck happened in the bot side there. Caitlyn was in such a good spot to really snowball this game away, but it seems like they just misplayed the 2v2 down there and took too much damage. It looks like, I'm looking back on it, just stood on a full Morgana pool trying to turret damage through and greeted for that turret a little bit too much. Missed Calibernet too as well. Caliberneted right back into the Kai'Sa, and that's a really big misplay for the side of PSB.
Yeah, that's a feels bad indeed for PSB. And now the gold lead already starting to swing towards Beta Fox there. And, like as we saw, Sheer got 2-man dove, the Rift Herald got summoned, got 2 plates for Shrimp as well as Trickster. And yeah, PSB, it looks like they're still feeling the pressure. They're not like at a massive disadvantage, only slight overall. But they really need to find an opportunity. And you can see Zooey finished his mythic item, gone towards the Divine Thunder of this game.
Unfortunately, though, he is 1,200 gold behind Trickster at the moment in a
Mhm.
pretty rough spot. And you're starting to see, somewhat of a CS lead be acquired for talent as well. And so he hasn't really found his mark in this game on Katarina yet.
I'll say though, Katarina, one of those champions that, definitely one team fight away from just winning the game for you is what it feels like at any given moment. But it's going to try here in this mid lane for the solo kill. Here comes the
solo kill. Here comes Ace in the hole as well. Trickster's going to go down, and Skylancer picks it up.
And a great team rotation there. Skylancer decides to walk up through the mid lane. Zooey calls, I'm going for a play. And
now Coral could be in trouble as well. Zooey feel himself going to eat a Dark Bond, though. Ulti's going to get canceled as well, and no second kill's going to come through.
Yeah, but now you got a lot of pressure on this mid lane turret. Jack's roaming down though, fancying his chances here.
For the immediate exhaust on the Shrimp's going to deny a lot of damage and force the flash out of him as well as Shrimp not able to collapse either.
Great exhaust by Daddy Zillion to just dissuade that entire play, and now they get half health on this mid turret down, and PSB says, not yet, we are still in control of this one.
Yeah, I mean, you got to feel like Zooey was like, hey, Trickster, remember this one? Because he calls in the ace in the hole to take him out. And, like, granted, obviously Zooey wanted to get the gold there, but that's, pretty much the exact opposite of the situation that happened in Game 4. Nice little callback, so mentally.
And a very big swing as well.
Yeah, definitely. That kills the kill, and onto Sky is great here for Spawn Sacrifice. There's a big headshot coming down onto Trickster, and you definitely don't mind kills onto Caitlyn.
I'm desperately hoping that Sky opts for this Collector second build. It gives you so much more power in the mid game as Caitlyn. Those ultis are going to hit everybody so hard on the side of PSB. And, it's going to give you so much more power in these team fights overall. As now, bit of a focus here comes Talon. Double sums on Sky.
Talon, Sky is going to be able to get out with the Gale Force, though.
Yep. Good use of Selfie there. 4-man in mid gets nothing, except for a 90-second cooldown. Is rudely interrupting the back is the Kaisa, but Skylancer very pleased with how he's playing this Caitlyn early on. Has about a 40 CS lead here early, and another rude recall here as he'll collect another minion wave there, but this Caitlyn pick is going to be the central focus for these team fights, is the Caitlyn and the Viego, the two big gold leaders on the side of PSB, with Caitlyn being almost 2k ahead on her own of her lane opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, one thing that has been a slight topic of discussion throughout this entire series are the dragons. And, for our fifth and final game, we do get the Cloud Soul once again. So the Cloud Soul, not profoundly meaningful for PSB. Like, yeah, sure, Karma would like to have it, Cindy would like to have it. It is actually probably much more vital to them to deny Cloud Soul from Beta Fox, because there are so many champions here that would love to have that massive burst of movement speed the moment they press R.
Important timings here too, guys.
More
notice that TP is down for PSB, and Jax is already here on the flank.
Right now, the Dark Bond is going to land. The collateral damage not going to be able to get the kill right now. A Shrimp
huge heal.
For it, not going to find it.
Look at the damage.
With the here is going to be able to get him out.
Skylancer opting for more of a safer build, going for that second
Here's
map
coming down.
player. Gonna get a little bit of damage onto the Graves here, but now Sheer is here. It is a 5v5 setup here, and very tight ropes for both sides. They gotta walk here. Now Sky almost walking right into Talon.
Sky definitely trotting the line
What's
right
the
now.
engage?
Here's the ulti right now. Here comes Shrimp to pour. Can he do enough damage for his team right now? They're going to be bashing Sheer, but Sheer's still very, very tanky. Here comes Shrimp, gets a stun onto Sin, but here comes
Zooey!
A massive Katarina ulti onto the team. He is not going to be getting stunned up. So there's the first
There's
one
one!
for Zooey. That's a big one for PSP. Now they're looking for more. Will they be able to find another one to Beta Fox? Shrimp far forward, and it's only the one kill onto Morgana so far.
That being said, Cozy's already back, has full health. I don't think this is a situation where you as Kaisa can just fly in if you land a W. It looks like, yeah, Beta Fox, they are going to just say, all right, concede this one. It's a single stack of Cloud. Not massive for us. It's fine. Let it go. With that out of the way, though, like PS, they definitely found an opportunity for a team fight. They didn't get everything that they could have possibly wanted, but really good positive for them to get that win there.
They soak that local gold there, goes all the way to Caitlyn, as I do not believe the Rift Herald soaks that local gold for your party member. Caitlyn is going to be able to get some more cash in her pocket. Now a 40 CS lead, going to be 2 items here completed here at 19 minutes, and that mid-game trough is all but subsided for Caitlyn here as she's starting to take over these fights. But you got to remember, she burned double sums just to barely escape the Talon in that play. It was very narrowly just immediately blown up. So got to be very careful with her positioning because Tranquilizer ready to end this game on his own if he's given the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, this talent is still very, very scary, right? Just Eclipse, Caulfield's Warhammer, as well as a Serrated Dirk in the inventory. But Talon is just notorious for being that early to mid-game assassin, right? Late game, he falls off, you know, like someone on Twitter. But either way, like, the guy is just a massive problem because you find an early advantage. You can just one-shot pretty much anyone.
Yeah.
But that being said, I do appreciate that Sheer for this game, right? He went straight in for the Sunfire. Like, he acknowledges, like, okay, split pushing, not the thing to do. I just need to be there for my team. Has that, you know, early mythic in the inventory. And it's really important for PSB to win through team fighting, at least in my mind, for this game.
Yeah, and notably Sheer a lot more in this game. Only 0, 1, and 1. Really just kind of farmed pretty evenly up in that top half while, you know, Jax is getting farmed, is getting damaged through. Sheer also doing his job of just not letting him snowball out of control like he was in game 1. Kind of playing it more contained, more tight to the vest, and it's really helped PSB in these team fights now. Now you have a item and a half on your Scion instead of just a couple components, and that's such a big difference. And you saw that in the last team fight where he's basically 1v4 tanking up while his team kind of stalls out this fight and ends up turning that into an advantage in a dragon. So magic number 23:25 on the clock. About 2.5 minutes until that 4th dragon is available for pawn sacrifice, and that's gonna be probably the next big fight we see here because whoever wins that fight, like looking towards Baron, Sky like looking towards the
Skylancer is gonna drop, and that's a massive pick by Talon.
Man, and cool guys don't look at explosions. He knew it was going to kill the second he threw that auto out, and just so much damage out of the Talon here. Is now Zooey kind of on the run here on the bot side, and he's running the wrong way. Talon circling.
Shrimp Tempor is going to completely dog him down. Not going to get hit by the counter-strike, and then Blue Switch Shoes may have gotten him out, but now Trickster's on pursuit, parkouring over the wall, and now the Ignite's going to drop down. Zooey might be dropping. Gets the ulti, and he might turn it into a trade kill. He does!
Wow, what a turnaround from Zooey. He looked dead to rights that entire time, but ends up trading 1 for 1 as Morgana just kind of visiting Sheer and saying hello. I suppose, losing half her HP, Sheer fancying his chances in the 1v2 and kind of just ignoring everything they're throwing at him here.
He really just does not care. But like the thing about that is that Shrimp, because he was the one who was able to survive in that 1v2, or he didn't really survive it, but you get my point. He's able to just push in that bot lane. He's pressuring, and there's not really anyone to answer, so he just gets the free farm. Sky is back on the map, though, so that's something that Beta Fox needs to be, or should be acutely aware of. And yeah, like things are really, really tense. Once again, the gold lead incredibly close between these two teams.
Yeah, and the predictions that you two said earlier, that this was probably going to be a much more slow game, both teams not wanting to be the one that literally makes a series-costing mistake, seems to have been true right now. Only 6 to 5 at the moment.
Yeah, the crucial point here is looking at the timers, coming up with this dragon up. Zooey still only on 1 item here in the Katarina, nowhere near that 2nd item that he needs to start really shredding through some of these targets that I believe Demonic Embrace usually, or whatever they end up building these days in Katarina. Gnasher's Tooth, maybe.
Wait, Sky's a little bit separated. Okay, no.
Sky's separated, not going to find the Prey Seeker at all, or whatever it is for the Kaisa.
I believe it's Prey Seeker. I think Void Seeker is the one on Rek'Sai.
Yeah, is it? I thought Prey Seeker's Rek'Sai. Void Seeker.
Okay, wait, other way around. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, but
either way, we have a teleport coming down right now from Shrimp. They do not want to give Pawn Sacrifice Black this Cloud Soul and Beta Fox. This could be a series-defining team fight for them. Pawn Sacrifice might be looking the mid lane, might be looking Beta Fox.
Oh, wait,
not looking at that Sky.
Coming down, Sky's gonna get blown up. No,
He stays alive!
Somehow, Sky lives, and now here comes Shrimp, gonna flash on his ass, and down he goes. Now Beta Fox bowling down Sheer. Shrimp has gotten out as well, and it is a
Zooey's binding.
But Zooey's looking for a play, gonna fire.
There's the Katarina.
There's the first reset coming down. Zooey's super low, but Zooey is gonna.
Sending.
Coral takes him out, and now Shrimp Tempor, what can he do? In his team, Beta Fox, that's gonna be the kill coming down. Shrimp's gonna Pawn Sacrifice, have found the angle. Paisa will be able to barely try and escape.
It's going!
Sinning's on pursuit, and Sinning, one more hit's gonna do it. There's the ace from PSB.
And what a team fight from Pawn Sacrifice! Seemingly 1 foot in the grave with every member yet again, and they somehow pull it out. They claim 5, they claim the soul, and they claim a statement team fight here in game number 5.
Critically, Trickster went for the same play that killed Skylancer earlier, but the first time he did it, Sky's heal was just a few seconds off of cooldown. This time, critically, it's up, it's available. He gets the additional heal from the Fleet Footwork proc, stays alive just long enough to force Shrimp to make sure that his teammate's death was not for nothing. But that ends up splitting the entirety of Beta Fox. Your top laner and your mid laner are gone. Your bot laner and your jungler are split. And that gave Sinning the opportunity to slice them to pieces with this Viego.
I'm never insulting Legend Bloodline ever again, but yeah, here we are. Cheer very barely walked in front of Ariel there. He dies immediately as the squishy karma.
Yeah. I mean, bindings are scary, but hey, that's something that I think people, take notes. If you're a top laner, if you're a tank, walk with your support to help ward. Like, I don't know how many times I've seen people die like that. Oh dear.
Very, very bold.
There's no TP on Shrimp.
From the bot side, no TP. This is 4v5.
This could be massive. Shrimp is not going to be here for this Baron.
Watch for the Talon.
Sacrifice decide to commit to it. Zui might be looking for some Zero quarter.
Zui's going in!
Zero is going to get caught. There's a Zhonya's coming down. And Talon knows he's not going to be doing anything. As his pawn sacrifices fight, Talon is down. The Baron is about to be down as well for them.
And Pawn Sacrifice pulls out of the fight with the Baron. They get 2 kills. They successfully play the Baron play. They notice no TP Jacks on the bot side. They say, damn it all, we are getting this Baron, and we are trying to end this game right here.
He's gone, he's gonna die.
Coral might have stopped the backs at the worst time, possibly stopping the backs, but he's gonna be the one going back to Fountain instead, and a Pawn Sacrifice get a free kill on their way out.
Yeah, I mean, Shrimp makes the best of a bad situation for his team, right? He's able to just push and even crack the base open, take the inhibitor turret, but they lost so much off of that, and PSB, are going to have so much tempo on this map. All members have the Baron, and they can push wherever the hell they want.
And that might just be the turning point for Pawn Sacrifice. They force the Baron when they know where Shrimp is. They know he doesn't have a teleport to speak of. They get a Baron Asher 26 minutes in on top of their soul, and they are set up for success now.
Baron Nashor, Dragon Soul claimed, and you have a Caitlyn ready to knock down some turrets with 3 items here. The biggest fear is that Talon finding 1 pick to turn it all around, so Caitlyn has to be very smart, very careful about this. And
no, there's binding. Instant exhaust.
Not able to get in. Here comes Zui. There's the kill onto Morgana. That is absolutely massive for them. And now in this bottom lane, Shrimp's trying to kill Sheer. Sheer's gonna ulti out as PSB take mid tower.
It was all an elaborate bait all along. He ate the binding on purpose to claim another pick for the team.
I mean, like, I really gotta compliment Zilean right there. Immediately seeing that Skylancer eats the binding, knowing that Trickster has to be around, and then the moment he sees the Talon, exhausts his ass. Oh, TP?
Coming down from Shrimp's looking for Skylancer right now. He's gonna go to Daddy Zillion. Daddy Zillion is gone.
Trickster's here.
Might just be falling right now. The trap's gonna come through. There's the kill, and Trickster secures it. And Zui might be running another one back down for Beta Fox, and we will barely escape. But that's still 2 massive kills for Beta Fox.
That's part of the Beta Fox comp. They can blow you up so quickly. The second you get relaxed a little bit, they'll take a mile, and you got to be so careful as one more fight around this time, and next thing you know, they have an Elder Dragon on the spawn.
Yeah, I mean, it's 2 minutes away from that spawn of Elder. The Baron will definitely be expiring before that. That being said, they were able to push down to the base in the mid lane. They weren't able to crack the turret open. And overall, PS, they do have their exposed bottom lane inhibitor, so they are going to have to keep, check of that, monitor, where the hell Shrimp is, just because that's a potential threat. But right now, I think things are going to probably start slowing down a little bit more as that Baron expires.
Yeah, I mean, the gold lead is still so close between these 2 teams. Pawn Sacrifice definitely don't have a massive advantage over them. In fact, they were the ones that just lost it on a bit of tempo, getting their bot lane picked. Still an extremely close match.
But that
all the
does
attention coming towards the dragon. but
Okay.
Go ahead, True.
Well, I was going to say that does highlight something that is a bit critical about Beta Fox's comp. They have to force like that. The only way they were able to find an opportunity to kill Sky and Daddy Zillion is through virtue of Jax TP and counter striking in, and then Trickster also being there. But now they might be hunting for the Talon.
They're looking for
might be
Talon, but
hunting for the
Caitlin's walking
Talon.
first, and that's
Oh
a
no!
Kalen's walking first right now. Sky's to feel himself. There's the Talon gonna blow up Sky. Sky's down, and Talon literally gets away with murder.
Oh, well, Sky, you just
Oh,
cannot
dear.
do that. Gets a little bit too anxious for the pick and gets himself taken out, and that is so scary with how late we are in this game. One pick could decide the entire game itself, and now Elder Dragon so near to spawning.
Yeah, I mean,
The stun is gonna come through. They might have flipped Trickster. They found a massive
Oh, dear.
pick. Sheer with the disgusting decimating smash gets a huge pick onto Trickster.
Yeah, and super critically off of that is Trickster, so now Sinning gets that additional mobility, but because of the timing...
Though, looking for a stun, finds a two-man stun, gonna throw down Daddy Zillion,
The last fast!
Drop though, and now Shrimp is still up, still trying to get damage up, but now he's the one.
Here comes Zooey!
Here comes Shrimp, and Shrimp's gonna fall. Now Zooey, can he find the angle? Still very, very low as Coral's about to clean him up. There's the flash to secure the shutdown, and now they're gonna turn the focus back on the Sheer. There's the ace
In the hole!
It's gonna take Cozy out.
4 down. Can they end the game?
They're running for it. I don't think they can end the game. Trickster's going to be coming back up. Obviously, you know, the Morgana is bleeding and has to back, but they're definitely going to look to crack the base open at the very least and then potentially turn back for the drag.
30
but
seconds.
Actually, they
What are
might
they
just
gonna
look for the
do?
end. Like, you know, there's not much a Talon can do as long as he can't get onto Daddy Zillion or Skylancer. I don't think they're going to go
Or they're
for it.
gonna look
Oh, they're
for it.
going!
Thinking about a pawn sacrifice, they want to end game number
Under the
5
tower.
right now. There's the ulti from Sheer coming down.
Good Talon.
It's gonna blow up Daddy Zillion. It's still a couple members.
Base is
of the team
exposed.
up. They're trying to squeeze this victory out.
They're on the
Get
Nexus.
versus Beta Fox. It's gonna be close. They're on the Nexus.
Space
Finally
Ping.
finishes. Sky is still up. Sky is still getting them. Sheer is on before him. Beta Fox.
Yeah.
Number 5 PSP.
PSB from the brink of death. They blow 2 games in a row, but they had the first 2 in the bag and critically win the team fights they needed, find the picks they needed, and in game 5 end up making the call that is the exact right decision. They push through, they end the game, and they are back to back to back champions.
Every day is a banger at Duo Esports. Yesterday we had a massive series for IBSG, but today the cherry on top, our final game of season 10, we get a best of 5 and we almost see a reverse sweep, but critically PSB, the kings of Duo, once again claim their crown.
What a series from PSB tonight. Very, very close back and forth, and credit to their opponents, Beta Fox. Looked a bit weak earlier on in the season, started to put the pieces together with the new roster at the end, took down PSB when they were undefeated, came in strong, won the gauntlet to get the second seed as well, and after the extra weeks off, come through and make a banger of a series in finals for us to watch.
And that was absolutely wild. It looked so dicey for Pawn Sacrifice Black, but in this critical moment, something that we were talking about is PSB, a true best of 5 team, right? They make it happen and they pull it off. They win the first game 5 ever in Duo. And man, it was tense doing it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, that game, to just bum rush it down at the very end on Pawn Sacrifice Black, as you said, we doubt it is, can they win a game in game number 5? Beta Fox brought it to them and they almost beat them in it as well. You saw Trickster starting to rack up so many kills in that game, but at the end of the day, PSB have and always will be the kings of Duo Esports.
Yeah, well, we don't really do a specific MVP vote or anything like that, but for the series, who was your guys' MVP in this one, in this 5-game finals?
Oh boy.
Oh god.
5 games, wow.
It's
I
tough.
mean-
A lot happened.
Tough.
Well, I'm biased. I got to give it to my boy, Daddy Zillion.
I was going to
He
say, you're
was-
going to give it to
he
Daddy
was,
Zillion.
He was outstanding every single game. Whether they won or lost, we were talking about his plays that he had to make to win the game, and critically able to, in this game, keep Skylancer alive in that team fight, just barely managing to exhaust the Talons time in and time out. And I mean, of course, I got to give it to my boy. I've played with this man for so long, and
honestly, I'd
he's
give
well
it to
deserved this
Villian too.
championship.
Either way, like I said,
Yeah,
I'm gonna give it to Zillion too.
I was actually
played
gonna
so
say
well.
it's a tough choice, and I don't even think you're being biased. Daddy Zillion played incredibly well this series, as you said, win or loss.
Yeah,
But they definitely
I
made
mean,
it happen.
I think it's about time we hear it from our victorious, GPCS team. As always, let's move down over to Pawn Sacrifice, shall we?
To be honest, it wasn't even far.
Who are these people joining my call, man?
It's the
It's the
stream.
casters. Yeah, it's the stream.
Hello. All right.
Hello.
I am now joined by our victorious Pawn Sacrifice Black. That was a banger 5-game series. Beta Fox, put you on the ropes right there. It was so close, but you made it happen with a bum rush to end the game, end the series. How are you guys feeling?
Top of the world, baby.
The adrenaline is pumping.
Oh,
I'm chilling.
I'm glad I finished this with a boss special.
Good death.
Good death. Good death.
Now we were talking about a bit on the desk right before we came in here, but I want you guys to talk about it too. 5 long games, a lot of stuff happens in between. Who would you guys nominate as your own MVP for the team this set? Is it Shears Mental in top lane, or who else?
No.
I'm disqualifying myself.
They're struggling.
Yeah. Shrimp is just a better player by far. He should be Masters or something. He's just too good. And, yeah.
I'd probably have to give it to Sky or Dazillion.
Yeah, I'd give it to me or
The
Sky.
bot lane going crazy.
I mean, we all had our small parts.
Yeah.
Me clipping the Talon at the end.
Yeah, that was
pretty much-
it.
that was it. That's all
That
I
was the
had.
important moment of Game 5 right there.
I think it's really hard to pick out an MVP in this series because of the pure fact that everybody had absolute insane pop-off moments during it that kind of like clutched one of the games.
Like, I mean, game 1 was Ezreal with Sky.
That was the Ezreal or not game. You gotta take
Yeah.
Game 2 was Malphite Yasuo. She hit that 3-man ulti on that blue buff fight, and that kind of just like sealed the deal.
Yeah, what's it like to have Chemtech Dragon, or sorry, Chemdrake Soul still alive for you guys? Because it seemed like every team fight you guys were winning was just barely like coming back to life somehow. Like especially in that last game, Skylancer somehow surviving a Talon burst to clutch out that Dragon Soul.
Yeah.
Sky, you want to answer that one?
I don't.
Sky,
I
how
don't
was
know.
Legend Bloodline as a rune?
Lovely.
I mean, what about you, Villain? Congrats on your championship as well.
I earned it with my 2-1 victory score.
So I got my question.
And pro draft advice to pick Caitlyn.
I got my questions I want to hit you guys up with. First and foremost, check announcements. Just like we did for our IBSG champs yesterday, we have a special graphic made for you guys. Hope that you love it. And again, congrats to your victory. But like I said, I got my questions for people that I have to ask, and I want my answers. So before I go to anyone else, I simply have to go to Daddy Zillion, and to you as well, Villain. You two have worked so unbelievably hard to win our league, and it's actually been over 3 years since the beginning of 2019 that you two have been trying, and here you finally are. You've done it. You've won Duo Esports. How do you feel?
Feels good, man. It was about time. Like we got close that one with Solar Eclipse, right?
Solar
We got
Eclipse,
close.
yeah.
Yeah. So we got one finals appearance before today, but I'm happy we finally were able to do it. It's been a long time coming, that's for sure. I'm surprised it was 3 years, but yeah, it feels good finally to be on top.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not taking any credit for this one. I put Daddy Zillion in like the Dragon Ball Z like weighted chamber playing with me in the bot lane, and now he's finally got a team around him that can carry him to the championship, and well deserved. And not even carry him. I mean, my man played outstanding this entire season. It was cool to watch, even from the sidelines, and the few games I got to get in. It's nice to play with these guys.
He definitely pulled his weight. This team, the whole season has been a 5-man team. There was no TK-ish player.
Yeah, no TK in finals. Plug.
No TK in finals as well. He kept saying no.
Easy. No one asked for the smoke this year.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it does feel good to like win.
Foreshadow
but
was asking for it, but
it
6-0
won't be
is
the
still
same
better
until
than
I
him.
actually get to win on my own.
I calculated that one. I would still win when I was 6, so
Wait, I have to say something. Vossloh, you owe me a roll, and Vo, you owe me money.
I'm gonna get to that. I'm gonna get to that.
You owe me a roll, and you owe me money, Vo. Where you at? Where the fuck are you
Oh
at?
damn, true. You two
Yeah,
had
we
that
we
bet.
Vo and I, we had a bet at the beginning before the season began, and he wanted I think it was 40 or 50 whatever dollars he would pay to whoever takes down PSB, and I was like, okay, but if nobody does, it's like, fuck it, I'll just pay you.
Say $40 to the winner of the league.
Oh, I'm gonna share it with my boys.
Absolutely. I think everyone's gonna get something here, but
Also, wait, I have to also give credit to Draxer that helped us towards the season.
Oh yeah, shout out to Draxer.
He also
you
did
know.
something for that EG team that like is
Yeah.
like a small amateur org or whatever.
But
Yeah.
We know
Look,
they're good. They're supposed to
look.
win. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
absolutely. But next up, I'm gonna go to you, actually, Sheer. You know, you've won
yes.
so many duo chips to the point where these championship interviews are just like holidays. They happen every year, and everyone looks forward to them. However, I know this specific victory has significant importance for you, as you have done what nobody else in our league has ever done before, and you have won the same league 3 times in a row for the three-peat. Per Vossloh's promise, I now bestow upon you the King of Duo role. How does it feel getting the three-peat?
Let's fucking go.
To be honest, I've won 3 in a row also.
You too, yes.
This guy's like, yeah, I was here too.
This guy was like, I was there.
Wait,
in the back, in the
Sky
back
has
of
a
the room
three-peat
with
as
his
well,
hand
man.
up.
What do you mean?
Yeah, no, yes, he does.
He does. I mean,
I got the 2-peat.
Aiden also has the first three-peat, but in 2 different leagues.
Yeah, but all
wish
in
he was
all,
here.
you got your three-peat, man. Congratulations to you. I can tell you're really happy. You finally got that role. I know you were working really hard for it, but
Shuno, I called it in the showcase. Better Fox
yeah,
was the one you.
that would be the team you'd have to worry about. They might be the ones that beat you, and they almost did here in this series. An extremely close one.
Very, very close, dude. Shout out to Sinning. He just like end the game. Like, okay, I have
Great
my
call.
ult. We can do it. I have my ult. We can do it. Like, oh.
Yeah, definitely. But following that last question up, as we already said, Sheer's not the only one getting the three-peat in GPCS. Sky, you were also with Sheer for this entire journey since Season 8 on Pawn Sacrifice Purple. Now in your third under Pawn Sacrifice, you chipper league again, and this season you were absolutely a highlight on the team. Everyone saw you every single game, man. How do you feel?
Honestly, it just feels good. It feels good to get another win. I don't know. I just love playing with Sheer. I love playing with Pawn Sacrifice Black, so it's always a good treat. I've played with Sheer now for
3 years.
4. We played in 2019. So yeah,
Oh,
get almost
3 years.
4 years. So it's always been a treat playing with this guy. I can always trust him. He's always reliable.
I mean, kind of win a lot, so. But I got gapped this season. Not even close.
That's how you build a team, right?
That's why you get a team around you. Yeah.
I don't know about you guys, but I think we should all go Disneyland.
Yeah.
Duo Disneyland trip.
We go Disney.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pog.
Foggers. I'm
Now
kind of
that you-
surprised they didn't roll swap at all.
They didn't.
Yeah, we honestly went into the series expecting them to pull like the 55 million roll swaps like in between each game, and they just kept the static roster for the whole 5 games, which
Static
was really
sides as
surprising.
well.
Yeah.
But all in all, great stuff. I'm actually going to go to you next, Phoenix. It's been a hot minute since you've last won Duo, and you've basically been playing in every single season since. So how does it feel to finally win Duo, this time with the PSB boys?
So there's a term that goes around where if you can't beat them, join them. So after 2 seasons in a row of losing to PSB in semis and not being able to win, I said fuck it. So I mean, I had a blast playing with these guys. Like I played with them in the past, but that bridge burned really quick. But I'm glad that Sheer brought me back in and gave me the chance to play with them because I had a great time, and winning is a very cool thing, especially when you do it 22 times, I think, in the season. So.
Yeah, around that. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, you're always, one of, if not the best mid laner every season you play, man. It really showed. You got your Katarina in Game 5, and you definitely popped off on it as well. Great stuff from you. And I guess the last person I'm going to go to now, last but not least, is actually you, Sinning. You stayed on the starting roster for Pawn Sacrifice and had another immaculate season with the squad here. So what's it mean for you to, go from a bottom of the barrel team in IBSG to back-to-back championships in GPCS with Pawn Sacrifice?
It wasn't a bottom of the
Don't do
barrel.
him that dirty. Don't do him that dirty.
It was third
We
seed.
were the best. We were the best.
Compared to Pawn
Oh
Sacrifice.
yeah. I mean, chill. It was good. I think I was more happy that we just won the series rather than like win the whole thing. Like it's cool to win the whole thing, but like I was very tilted after those 2 losses, so I just want to beat them, and care less about like winning the actual championship. But
have you played Diego the whole season?
No.
At all?
No, he's definitely not my specialty. I just
that was last season with.
I didn't want to play Zinzao again. I'm be honest.
Yeah, that was our last season special with Silas, with Glance, Silas, and Shentop. That was fun.
Oh yeah, we were fucking around the whole season. Oh, that's so fun.
I
mean, I'd say also that Beta Fox was like a lot. Like Beta Fox was really good. So good job to them. GG's them.
Very good players, man. Just absolutely. Yeah. Especially Shrimp. I mean, but even the other ones, like surprisingly good. Trickster is very tricky. The Mordekaiser pick, fucking balls, man. Oh god.
Yeah, that was rough, but yeah, it was good. Good series. Good job.
Again, congrats to you, and that's actually going to wrap up all the questions I have for each of the players here. Now, I see he's been in call, he's been sitting here, he's been muted the whole time. Draxer, do you have any words that you want to share with your victorious amateur, low elo amateur team here at Pawn Sacrifice?
Yeah, Foreskin or Foreshadow, that guy sucks.
Oh no.
Oh no, Foreskin. Holy shit. Someone clip that. Oh, yo, Shrimp is saying I love you, Lamia. Oh, yes.
Alright.
Shut up, loser. Shut up, loser.
Just absolutely murdered the guy. God bless. My goodness, it's been an amazing season from you guys. I'm going to pass the baton over. True and Vossloh, do you have any questions for these guys?
No questions, but I do have one final meme ready here. So you guys can just take a look at stuff.
Oh, wait. Shuno, we also have 2 prophets this season.
Okay, let's go. Perfect.
Vo and Kiri. They both called 3-2 PSB.
All right.
Incredible.
Here you go, guys.
Let's walk it. That's what he said too. After at game 3, he said that.
Gap and sheer every game, especially in 3 and 4. It's because he felt really, really bad that he's taking Vo's money because we were gonna win anyways. So he intentionally threw game 3 and 4 so that Vo could get the 3-2 and get the profit and get that RP. You know?
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, no, he's getting money back. That's
Oh yeah, see, I see. You felt bad that you're gonna take Vo's money. I see what you're doing.
Big if true.
Be like that sometimes. Vossloh, I'm gonna go to you one last time. You got anything for these guys?
Come on, Vossloh. You owe me something other than the roll.
I think Vossloh is fucking dead. Unlucky.
All right.
When all is said and done, it's been an amazing season of GPCS from every single team that has competed, but especially Pawn Sacrifice Black, and especially in this series over Beta Fox, not letting them get the reverse sweep, winning the series in Game 5, the first ever over here at Duo Esports. Pawn Sacrifice Black get their names in the Hall of Fame once again, get their names on that beautiful graphics that our designer made for them. And all in all, it's been a banger season. Everyone, we will see you guys sometime in the future for sure. Pawn Sacrifice Black gonna go off in the horizon, gonna go up again in the Hall of Fame. and it's been an amazing season here at Duo Esports. We hope everyone has a great night.
Shout out to Omari. I love